Households are being warned to brace for another huge rise in energy bills as the cost of living squeeze continues to bite.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, April the 2nd. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live, as you know, across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio.
So coming up for you today, households are being warned to brace for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October, potentially setting you back another £629. This as demonstrations will be held today over the cost of living crisis. So, is it time for the government to at least try to step in again?
Motion denied. A US judge upholds Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking conviction despite a juror's false statements. We'll bring you the very latest on that.
The slap fallout. The US actor Will Smith quits the Academy after slapping comedian Chris Rock on stage during the ceremony.
And of course, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews. Well, it's what everybody's talking about at the moment. All over the country, people are bracing for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October.
Yeah, the energy consultancy Cornwall Insight expects the next price cap increase to result in the average tariff jumping to nearly £2,600.
It's going to make people so bewildered and really worried. And of course, this comes as demonstrations will be across the country today over that intensifying cost of living crisis.
Well, let's talk to business and finance commentator Michael Wilson, who joins us now. Morning to you, Michael. Look, people are just coming to terms with what happened yesterday, and now we're already looking forward to another huge jump in October. Is this inevitable now?
I think, unfortunately, it is. The world of buying energy has changed absolutely dramatically because of Russia's politicking and also its invasion of Ukraine, where we don't depend upon Russia for our gas. But the fact is that the wholesale markets are affected by what's going on as far as Russia and Ukraine is concerned. So that's inevitable. This word poverty is being bandied about now, and I think we're going to have a redefinition of what poverty actually is. It's not poverty that you see in very, very poor parts of the world outside the UK. But I think there'll be a redefinition in as much as if you're spending, if you have a choice in your family between food and heat, then I think it's fair to say that you are poor. But again, politicians, particularly the Labour Party and particularly charities, are bandying this about at the moment. If you look for a definition, you'd be hard-pressed to find exactly what it is. But families know what it is, and families know that they're really going to have to tighten up the purse strings as a result of what's going on, over which, unfortunately, they have no control.
This means it's going to be really unprecedented, isn't it? Never has energy, or at least the simple cost of heating your home, been so expensive ever. And we're sort of seeing it as a fundamental human right, a reasonably priced energy source.
Yeah, we are, and again, you're straying into these areas of human rights and poverty and all the rest of it, and they're very, very difficult to define. I think if we spoke to our grandparents and saw what they went through, just during the Second World War and just afterwards, they really did start to think about, how to cut down costs of living. I'm not suggesting that we're getting close to that, but we're not far off. And I think that simple things like turning down, the newspapers will be full of this over the weekend. They're already starting to have hints about how to save money, turning down the lighting, turning down the heating and the rest of it. We are used to a very, very high standard of living. And we're also used, unfortunately, to getting things straight away. We don't. Remember when Access? And you'll remember this surely, Stephen probably as well. When the Access card came out, takes the waiting out of wanting. That was in the 70s. This is something which we're now used to. We're now used to having everything that we actually need and want, and I think we're going to have to change that quite dramatically.
Nevertheless, Michael, the Chancellor's, there's more and more pressure on the Chancellor to do something. What do we actually think of the windfall tax on energy companies, which the Labour Party is going on and on and on about? The Conservatives haven't bitten upon that yet. Would that be something which could be beneficial, or would it drive business away from our shores?
I think it might do that, and also I think it might be just a one-off as well, rather than something which would continue. I think the idea of windfall taxes, sound like a good idea. The fact of the matter is that energy is expensive, and the real burden of this is beat the energy companies at their own game and try to consume less. I know this doesn't go down really very well. We're facing a weekend of cold weather. But at the same time, an extra layer and all the rest. As I say, the papers will be full of these kind of hints. Read them and take them on board. There is really very little that can be done. The Chancellor, I'm guessing, has probably spent an enormous amount of money getting over the pandemic and the furlough scheme that everybody quite liked the idea of at the time. But there was a knowledge, wasn't there, that we would have to pay for it at some kind of stage. Well, we're paying for it now. And on top of that, we've got a cost of living crisis. I'm not really sure how much wriggle room there is for politicians, particularly the Chancellor, particularly for the Treasury, to try to combat this. I think one of the ways in which I think we're going to see a big change in energy policy. I think that the idea of looking towards climate change is probably going to be kicked into the long grass, if I can put it like that. And I think more people are going to be saying, all right, well, we need to generate our own power. If that means mini nuclear power stations, I suspect that's the way we're going to go. Solar, wind power, it's a good idea, nice to have, but they don't really, bite into the gap in energy generation, which we need to do. So I think there'll be a big change in energy policy. It's quite surprising how our principles will go out of the window once the chill winds of what's actually happening, hit us.
And there will be chill winds, of course, in October. Was the next price cap always due to be in October? It feels particularly hard looking forward to that, because we know, obviously, come October, we're facing a cold winter and we'll need that energy. Was it always going to happen in October?
Yeah, I think it was. It's the way at the moment that energy companies are governed. The fact of the matter is, of course, that we've got less choice than we thought we had right at the beginning, because a lot of these companies that we were getting energy from have gone bust simply because they couldn't cope with the pricing and the wholesale cost of things. So now we're down to large suppliers, which will be capped. But you have less choice about where you're going to go. So once again, the simple thing is, and it's easy to say this, very difficult to do, is to actually use less energy if at all possible in every way. And if that involves drafty windows and putting on an extra layer, then that's the way which we're going to have to go. Fortunately, we have a few months of summer, in inverted commas, that we have in this country to think about it.
Mm. OK, Michael, good to talk to you, as always. Thanks very much indeed. It's, I have to say, in bed last night, I was frozen.
Have you not got one of those little heated blankets?
No, I was really cold. So I pulled the cat under the duvet for a cuddle, and he was
That's a good idea,
nice.
you see.
But I'm thinking pyjamas.
Yes. Brushed cotton pyjamas or flannel pyjamas.
But also,
that's right. We've all got used to sort of wearing very little in bed, but maybe we do need to bring
maybe it's back to that.
The rebirth of the pyjama.
But I did get an energy bill yesterday, and my monthly direct debit has gone up quite a lot.
Has it?
But when I logged into my account to see what you've got, I was £750 in credit.
Why?
And they've still charged me an increased amount. I mean, don't ask me how that worked. But I'm not going to do anything about it, because if I've already paid that money, then it can sit there to cover my higher bills next winter.
Yeah. That's good being in credit. That means you haven't used as much energy as you thought you were going to.
As they thought, yeah.
Well, they thought you were going to.
But, I mean, how does it...
That's a lot of money to be in credit.
It's a lot of money just sitting there rather than in my bank
account. Well, that's
account.
right. You should charge them interest.
Should charge them interest. But I just thought, I'm just going to leave it, because it might save me then getting pummeled in the winter.
It might, yeah.
Might not. No.
Yeah, like keep dragging the cat under the duvet. Yeah. But I am interested in the idea of the rebirth of the flannel pyjama.
Yeah. It might make a big difference, actually.
It would make a huge difference. Woolly hats in bed. We're going to get to that point. We really
bed
are.
Socks.
Bed socks. Oh, I do confess to bed socks.
Yeah.
They're wonderful bed socks. They make the whole difference. Yeah. Were you not wearing bed socks last night?
No, I don't wear bed socks, but I remember having them as a kid.
Oh, well, I think you need them again.
Yeah.
Certain things will start to sell again, won't they?
It's going to be like this living.
Tell us about your sleeping habits.
Yes.
GBNews at gbnews.uk.
It is 10 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with all the other headlines. And a US judge has upheld Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking conviction and denied her motion for a new trial. Her lawyers had appealed after it emerged one of the jurors had failed to disclose he was a victim of sexual abuse.
A Red Cross convoy will again attempt to evacuate citizens from the Ukrainian city of Mariupol today. It's after a rescue team had to turn back yesterday, saying conditions made it impossible to proceed.
Parents and carers will be able to book a COVID-19 vaccine for children aged 5 to 11 in England from today. Appointments available from Monday and can be arranged through the NHS Vaccines website or by calling 119. Now, Will Smith has resigned from the Oscars Academy after slapping comedian Chris Rock on stage during the event earlier this week.
Yeah, in a statement, the actor said he had betrayed the trust of the Academy and that his actions were inexcusable. The Academy has accepted Smith's immediate resignation from the organisation, but will, quotes, continue to move forward with their disciplinary proceedings against him. Of course, what that really means is nobody yet knows whether they're going to take his Oscar off him.
No.
Because he's never won an Oscar before, and it's always been a sort of subject of debate in Hollywood. Where, you know, he probably has missed out on an Oscar several times. This time he got one, and what did he do? He's spoiled it and may have to give it back.
I hope so. Because, I mean, this is clearly it's a very big move, resigning from the Oscars Academy, because it's an invitation only, and only about 3 people have ever been expelled from it. So it's a big move, but I don't think it's...
What happens when you're a movie star? Are you invited to become a member of the Academy?
So you then get to vote on all the options.
Oh, so he's a voting member of the Academy. Right, so... That's obviously right that he's resigned. That's the family. Now, was this picture that we're seeing, everybody happy? This was after the incident?
This was after. This was on the way to the Vanity Fair party afterwards. I mean,
It's like they've forgotten the incident completely.
Look at Jada. She hasn't.
Yeah.
She's got a face like I don't know what.
Well, I was going to say Jada's the glamour puss to the left, isn't she?
Well, I mean, listen to this. I mean, a lot of you have got in touch this morning, and I'm a bit surprised by some of these. Claire, good morning to you. She says, why has nobody mentioned Jada, who was clearly offended by the joke? Her hairstyle is not a choice, but the result of a medical condition. Well, I question that because, and I'm no expert on alopecia.
I've had alopecia.
But you do actually go bald.
No, not completely.
But she's just got a shaved head.
You can go bald in little bits, and little. I mean, in my case, it was stress, and it was years and years ago. Little sort of coin-shaped bits, patches all over the head. And if she's got that, that's why she's taken the choice to shave her head, so that those patches aren't so noticeable.
Well, you know, he was making a joke about a movie where Claire goes on, would we accept Rock abusing a disabled person? Well, I don't think it's the same.
I don't think it is the same because she's clearly going out. She's decided to shave the head and go out and do, just be as glamorous as ever. And it's a look now, isn't it?
Well, that is. Well, her daughter's gone for exactly the same look.
Yes, that's right. So I don't know. The whole family seemed to take it very well at first, and then somebody overreacted. And then again, after the ceremony, they appear to have gotten over the whole thing. But of course, as you said to me yesterday, it wasn't so much him losing his temper in a flash. It was him yelling obscenities out loud. And that is not the way for anyone to behave.
Yeah. Steve's on the side of Will Smith, though, says Chris Rock got what he deserved after openly insulting Will Smith's wife in front of a live audience. But it's a joke. He's a comedian. I mean, I don't know if you've ever watched, what's his face? Ricky Gervais.
Yes.
When he's done the other ones. whatever they are, the
Golden Globes?
Golden Globes,
Yeah.
where the stuff he says...
Outrageous. I mean, he absolutely...
He properly insults people.
Yeah.
And it's just... And I just think that if you can't take a bit of a joke... Will Smith laughed when he first said it.
Yeah. And people like Chris Rock, Ricky Gervais, they are outrageous, and everybody knows they are. It's their job to be. That's why they are given these jobs. To overreact to something like that, when it wasn't. I heard it. It wasn't that abusive. What Chris Rock said.
No.
Will says if they want to open their unusual lifestyle to the public, and they do, they talk a lot about their
open marriage.
Open marriage, yeah. And if they want to benefit from it, then they have to expect criticism from the public. And obviously it's a source of material for comedians. Get Ricky Gervais to host the Oscars next year.
Yeah, well, that put it right. I mean, yeah. I mean, which is what... Because Claire also says Will Smith reacted as a protective husband. Well, I question that.
No, they all laughed about it at first.
Well, they laughed about it at first, but also, if you're going to laugh at... If you're going to get really offended by that, then I'd be more offended by the fact that, they're frolicking about with other people.
Hi Lacey, says his little stunt got the Oscars the highest ratings in a long time.
Yeah.
That's why I questioned yesterday whether it wasn't all a stage
but it was towards the end of the show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not going.
Oh yeah, best actor is always towards the end.
So it would have boosted the.
That's why I fell asleep before I could watch it.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. Alex says they should take the Oscar off Will Smith after his assault. It seems to me he has a responsibility to his fans and those who look up to him to solve problems in a non-violent way.
And there are a lot of kids who look up to Will Smith because he is such a cool dude, isn't he? And oh my goodness, there he is doing it again. If you're listening on the radio, hi, good morning. We've just seen Will Smith do it again.
You've probably seen it. I mean, do you know what? There was a lot of commentary the day after. Was a lot of people saying, "Oh, how stunned Chris Rock was," and how. Do you know what? He behaved unbelievably.
He did impeccably. Yeah.
And he just held it together.
Yeah.
And actually, the producer of the show did an interview yesterday and said he held the Oscars together.
Yeah, that's good.
Because it could have collapsed after that point.
Kevin says it's a shame Will Smith has had the moment of a lifetime spoiled over his overreaction to a silly joke. I wouldn't be surprised if he is made to give back his Oscar.
Yeah.
So what do you think on that? We'd love to hear your views on that this morning. He's apologising like crazy. He's resigned from the Oscars Academy. But should he be made the ultimate humiliation, I suppose, to give back that Oscar? He was very proud of it at that party, wasn't he?
I say yes. I say take it off him. But what do you think? Let us know. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Yeah.
Do stay with us, though. We've got plenty more to come for you, including all the latest coverage of the situation in Ukraine. But first, here's the weather.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine, thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. These showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see one or two more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though. Once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe one or two isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
It is 6:22. Very good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne across the UK on your TV and on your radio.
Yeah, and it's good to be with you. But we've been talking about Will Smith and everything Hollywood, but of course there is much more serious news going on as well. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says a pullout of Russian troops is slow but noticeable in the north. But Zelensky also warned that hard battles lie ahead in the east of the country around the Donbass and Kharkiv regions.
Well, meanwhile, a Red Cross convoy will again attempt to evacuate civilians from the Ukrainian city of Mariupol today. It's after a rescue team had to turn back yesterday, saying conditions made it impossible to proceed. Well, Thomas Jones is with us now. He's a British expat, if you like, who fled the country with his wife, who is from Ukraine himself. Yourselves, in fact, you both are. You've got very strong ties there now.
Yes.
What is the latest as far as your family is concerned?
Well, the week before last, there was the bombing in Lviv, first at the military base in Yavoriv and then 2 locations in Lviv proper. That was very worrying because it was very close to home. We're from Lviv, which is western Ukraine. It was untouched until then, so it kind of touched home that things are moving closer to where we live. I've got a lot of friends in all over Ukraine, so it's a difficult moment.
What about your mother-in-law? Because she's still there, isn't she?
Yeah, my mother-in-law's there. We speak to her on a daily basis. She's worried, but she's quite resilient. She's a tough woman, but still. We worry about her. I'm going back next week to make sure that she's okay, take some things over for various people that are in the military that need some military equipment and things like this.
I mean, you're over here at the moment staying with your daughter in London.
Yes.
And your wife is too. I just wonder what it's like for you sitting in London, watching the TV news or whatever. That must have such a debilitating effect on you. Particularly her.
It's a hard one. We've left. I had the luxury of having a British passport, so I could leave. Anybody between the ages of 18 and 60 cannot leave Ukraine. When we were crossing the border, I had real sense of guilt, but I can do things in other ways. So I've been raising money via GoFundMe. I started We Support Ukraine. So basically, I'm doing my bit there. I'm going back next week, to look after my mother-in-law, see how she's doing.
Is there any way of bringing her out?
She doesn't want to move.
She doesn't want to?
No, she does. I've offered, we've tried. She's just not budging.
Which must worry your wife even more.
She's not sleeping. She was meant to come this morning with me. She's not sleeping. She's always news watching, always on the net. So it's not easy. Not easy for her to be away from her mother.
Are you surprised at what's happening? In terms of the fact that the almighty Russia has not managed to destroy the Ukrainian spirit.
They underestimated Ukraine. Fortunately, for Ukraine, the almighty Russia isn't almighty Russia right now, is it?
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. I think they just, didn't plan anything. It was a picnic that went wrong for them, and I think great for Ukraine. I think they, really resilient people. They love their country. They, care about what's going on, and they've got this fighting spirit, which is unbelievable.
We were told that from the beginning, so Russia must have known, but they clearly, as you said, underestimated the fighting spirit that ordinary Ukrainians have.
Putin probably was ill-advised and probably thought it would be a walk in the park. And look what's happened, it's not so.
And there are lots of reports today, there's a big report in the Times about his state of health. And there's not because we want to, engender any sympathy, but apparently he has been visited by specialist doctors for thyroid cancer 37 times in the last couple of months, which leads people, the intelligence agencies are thinking, is he very ill? Or has he had surgery and that's why they're keeping tabs on him? But it would also explain why he likes to sit about 8 foot away from anybody when he's even entertaining other
I think he's
politicians.
not well. He's not well. Maybe we could say,
It's a very diplomatic way of saying it.
Yeah, maybe you should drink some tea that he likes to give other people. Might do him good. That's a very nice thing to say, but, we've had enough.
I understand you feeling.
We've had enough. I've had enough. The Ukrainian people have had enough. And I think people in Russia, subject to...
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you talk about, obviously you've got your wife's family, but your colleagues as well. I'm not quite sure what your line of business is, but there's going to be if this ended tomorrow, you've got a problem that so much infrastructure has been destroyed in Ukraine. I mean, that's going to cause now severe problems for the Ukrainians for years to come, isn't it?
For rebuilding, for the cost. I mean, Mariupol has basically been levelled. Historical city like Mariupol. Good parts of Kiev, all these places, Luhansk, Sumy, all these places. So, it's a big rebuilding process, and it's not something that's going to happen in a couple of weeks. My wife thinks that, if things end, we'll be back in a month. Yeah, we can be back in a month, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all there. For business to restart, for people to be rehomed, things to be fixed, infrastructure, money, all these things. It's not going to be an overnight or over month thing that's going to happen there.
At the same time, there's no doubt that there is an awful lot of international support, though.
That there is, which is incredible. This home scheme for refugees, NGOs, bringing stuff in. I think there's been a real, really amazing amount of help that's come from places also you wouldn't expect. So that's amazing.
But it is not over yet.
No, it's not over. Can I just ask you about, and it might sound daft, but it's almost struck me as a little bit sort of wokery, if you like, that suddenly everyone's going Kyiv. And I've noticed we had a Ukrainian lady in a couple of weeks ago who said Kiev, and I noticed you said Kiev. Did the Ukrainians say Kiev?
Kiev. Yeah, I mean, I hear someone say Kiev and I think of chicken Kiev.
Yeah.
Being there, you do get into this, the proper pronunciations of places and like this. The Russian is Kiev. It's Kyiv.
Kyiv.
Yeah.
Kyiv.
There we go.
How long have you had Ukrainian connections?
7 years now.
7 years.
7 years.
Do you speak the language? Okay.
Not very well. Very good traffic Ukrainian.
Traffic Ukrainian,
yes.
Is that what they call it?
Yes, very, for kind of traffic situations. But no, my business, as you asked, is I run a languages services, so I teach English in IT companies. Also, I was doing free lessons to military and also to kids, and so it's...
Well, let's hope you can get back to that.
Yeah.
Let's hope I
sooner
can.
rather than later.
Yeah.
Look, it's really good to talk to you. Do give our best to your wife.
Thank you.
And I hope that, I don't know, if she can turn the TV off. Not often I say that to people.
Yeah.
It's just
How could you, though? You want to watch it
It's
on
hard.
time, wouldn't
It's
you?
hard,
That's the
yeah.
trouble. You obsess about it.
Sure.
Bless her. Well, look, our very best to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Gosh. Yeah, and there are a lot of people having their say about it. Yes, Ian says Ukraine is at war. The cost of living crisis is driving millions below the poverty line, and we're meant to feel sorry for an arrogant film star who can't control his temper.
Yeah.
Puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Nadia says Will Smith reacted to end any more comments on the subject. He did not plan it. He saw his wife being attacked and how painful it was for her. Chris Rock soured an occasion which should have been the highlight of Will Smith's career. He should be ashamed of himself. It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke, and he's an edgy comedian, and it's meant to be. It's almost like a roasting, isn't it? Before you give somebody the Oscar.
I don't know if you ever see it on YouTube, and it's very old stuff. It's from like the 70s, and it's Man or Woman of the Week or of the Hours, I think. And it was Dean Martin and all the big comedians of the day, and it was a roast, a celebrity roast.
Apparently, he used to do a very famous roast, Dean Martin.
Yeah, well, that was...
He even did Betty Davis.
Yeah, that was it. And it's hilarious. Ronald Reagan's on there and all sorts of stuff getting
Why
roasted.
do people do that?
But you know what? It's hilarious, but it's brutal. And that's from the 70s. It's brutal.
But why do major Hollywood stars, like I've seen the one with Bette Davis, why would she put herself up for a roasting?
I don't know, it's just... Sometimes you've
it's
just
a backhanded compliment to be asked.
You've just got a bit of a... I mean, Joan Collins had one done on that as well. Why
would you do that there? So you put yourself up there, you sit there and you're humiliated.
Humiliated. But they are very, very funny. And I just sort of think we've got... I don't like comedians getting overly criticised because they're there to be a bit edgy, otherwise it's going to be very dull comedy, isn't it? Comedy would just go out the window if we get too woke about it. I don't think what he said was
No, I don't. We were also talking about how to stay warm at the moment, and Stephen was telling everybody that he dragged the cat into bed last night as a cheap hot water bottle.
It's like a portable hot water bottle, permanently warm.
I bet the cat loves it as well.
Oh, he doesn't mind a cuddle up. No, it's fine.
And so we were also saying, is it time for pyjamas to come back? You know, the old-fashioned brushed cotton or flannel pyjamas, and maybe it is. Tracy has said, good morning, Stephen and Anne. Good morning, Tracy. She says, I love the show. I've got the log burner going and a nice cuppa watching your show.
Nice.
I had the dog on the bed last night to keep warm. Bring back pyjamas, I say. And that's Tracy from Shropshire. Very good morning to everyone in Shropshire.
Oh, a log burner.
Log burner.
Oh, how lovely. That does
sounds very cosy there, doesn't it?
It does sound cosy. Yeah. Well, enjoy your tea.
Yeah.
I've got a cup of tea ready to roll this morning.
And do stay with us, because next up on the show, we'll be reviewing today's papers with Ella Whelan and Pete Price. First of all, though, this.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
It is 6:35. Very good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio.
So let's bring you up to date with the latest headlines. And protests are going to be held across Britain today over the cost of living crisis and the rising price of energy and other bills. An austerity campaign group says it expects thousands of people will take part to highlight those suffering real hardship.
A US judge has upheld Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking conviction and denied her motion for a new trial. Her lawyers had appealed after it emerged one of the jurors had failed to disclose he was a victim of sexual abuse.
And a Red Cross convoy will again attempt to evacuate civilians from the Ukrainian city of Mariupol today. That is after a rescue team had to turn back yesterday, saying conditions made it almost impossible to proceed.
Parents and carers will be able to book a COVID-19 vaccine for children in England from today. Appointments will be available for 5 to 11-year-olds from Monday.
And England have been drawn in Group B of the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, where they could play against Wales or Scotland. Now, the team will face one of the home nations or Ukraine later this year. Gareth Southgate's side first matches will be against Iran and the USA in November.
Well, let's take you through the papers this morning. We're joined today by broadcaster Pete Price, who's sporting new glasses, and journalist Ella Whelan, who's sporting her old ones. Morning to
War
you
of the
both.
glasses.
Good to see you both this morning. Ella, can we start with the Telegraph looking at wind power?
Yes, obviously the question on everyone's lips is how do we get more energy, how do we get cheaper energy? And the Telegraph is reporting that Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party is doing not quite a U-turn, but something of a bit of a change of mind in relation to wind power, and that there are new plans to provide 30 gigawatts of onshore wind capacity to generate that by 2030, which, just to put that into perspective, to up that extra 15 gigawatts, it would mean 3,700 new wind turbines. And the reason why it's a change of tack from the Conservatives is because Boris Johnson has previously infamously called wind turbines white satanic mills, ludicrous wind farms that fail to pull the skin off a rice pudding. And so the Telegraph is reporting that there are these new plans, including kind of speeding up the construction process to, most controversially, loosening planning regulation around where wind factories would be placed. And the reason why it's controversial is because lots of Conservative voters are in a, I suppose you could say, a kind of NIMBYistic way, very anti wind farms being built anywhere near them. They don't want them within their eyesight. So, I mean, there's a larger question about a reliance on wind power. We know that it's intermittent. It might feel like this country is very windy at times, but actually it isn't reliably windy enough for that to be your main basis of energy production. So if you were being ungenerous, I'd say that this is a bit of a kind of not virtue signalling, but it's not going to be enough, this, from Boris Johnson. Wind power isn't going to be enough to help us in the future. But maybe a change of tack in relation to that and an opening up of all avenues from the Conservative Party is something to celebrate.
Yeah, I've got wind farms up near me, up north, and actually, I mean, people moan like mad about them, but I think they look all right.
I love them. We have a beautiful one off the coast of North Wales and Liverpool, which is a big one. I absolutely love them. I don't find them unattractive.
I mean, we need them at the moment, don't we?
We need battery storage, though, to store that energy more, which is a big issue. Pete, Prince Andrew.
Yes, and can I just say before Prince Andrew, a breaking story as we speak.
Oh, go on. What?
Well, just that I show down my new glasses, and then what pops up on Anne's phone is
an immediate advert.
Immediate advert for glasses.
For bifocals.
Lenses.
Yeah.
That is scary.
I didn't know I had anything on my phone that listened to me.
They all listen.
Oh, well, that scared me.
But the minute you said you had these trifocals...
It popped up straight in front.
This popped up on my phone. That was spooky.
Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
What I would like to say about Prince Andrew, I thought it was great that he took his mother to the memorial for the Duke of Edinburgh. I thought it was respectful. I hope it gave her comfort. But the man should now not be seen in the Jubilee in any shape or form, but he's pushing to do it. The man is in a world of his own. He's delusional. He thinks he's popular. He thinks he's respected, and he's not. He's completely trashed himself. And it's very sad. Let your mum get on with it. I mean, she's an old lady who has been exemplary through her life virtually, and she's a wonderful human being. Andrew, if you had any respect for the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, if you had any respect at all, you would leave her alone to enjoy the Jubilee. But I thought it was great that you walked your mother in. But apparently one of the priests was going to take her to her seat, and he poo-pooed it and wanted to walk the whole way.
Now, why do you think that is great, but you think now he should stay out
to show respect to his father, to show respect to his mother, to say goodbye to his father? You know, every mother loves a child, whatever they've done, if he's done anything wrong. But yes, just to show respect, that's what I loved. But nothing else. I have no respect for him in any shape or form. Anybody that pays off, whatever.
The thing is, it's all a bit of a ploy. In that I was talking to someone in the know. I mean, everyone goes in the front door.
Yeah.
Apart from the Queen.
Yeah.
So she took him in with her because then he was taken in the back door.
Yeah.
That's what
but
she
was seen to arrive with him in the car. She was seen to... She obviously approved of him walking her down the aisle. So, but like you said, she's his mum at the end of the day, and he's not been charged with anything. Or
it's interesting you say that. I wonder how much she actually knows about Andrew. I wonder if she's been protected.
Or believes. You don't like to believe things.
Yeah, you don't. My mother never believed it of me.
She could very well, understand the situation and say you've chosen your friends very unwisely, but it doesn't stop her loving him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And he hasn't been charged with anything.
Nope.
No.
So.
No, got to be careful with that one. Will Smith's not been charged with anything either, Ella, but he's decided. It's in the Daily Mail amongst other papers. He's given up his place on the Oscar Academy.
Yes, the story that won't die. So I mean, after the scandal of Will Smith getting up and slapping Chris Rock round the face at the Oscars, there was a question over whether he'd have his Oscar taken away from him, whether he'd be... We know that he was asked to leave the venue at the time and he refused. There's also reports that there were police on hand to arrest him, but that Chris Rock said, I'm not pressing any charges. And you would imagine that would be the end of it. But there has been this investigation opened within the Academy, and it looks like Will Smith has preempted that by possibly wanting to save face by not being forced out and saying, OK, I'm leaving. I mean, as to whether or not I think this is disproportionate, I don't think anyone supports the idea that you get up on stage and slap a comedian. It was just, it was at best stupid, at worst, something really, really bad. But the fact that I think Chris Rock doesn't want it to go any further, and that there's been a kind of, I think you could say there's been a kind of cultural divide around this. There are people on both sides who argue he was right to do it or he wasn't right to do it. That you'd hope that there wouldn't be these large ramifications. He is a great actor, and he has...
It was nevertheless an act of violence in front of millions.
Absolutely, and you let his fans down.
You must have upset a lot of people on stage. You've been a stand-up.
I've had people climb up on stage trying to take a swing at me over the years. Oh yeah, I was a brutal comic, but not brutal like they are today. What got me was, one, nobody said how gorgeous his wife looked. She looks spectacular. So if I looked that good, I wouldn't be offended by any gag that was said, But as Will ever, at the brunt of every gag, somebody's at the end of every gag. And Will's been telling gag for years. You're not telling me he hasn't upset someone.
Oh, I know.
It's one of these things where you wish that it wouldn't turn into this incredibly I mean, it was just... It seems to me that it was a mistake. OK, mistakes, people don't usually make mistakes on international television in front of audiences of millions, and he absolutely should have been had better self-control. But turning this into a kind of example of lots of people are talking about it as assault and things like that. I think the more you escalate it, the more ridiculous it seems.
But it was assault. Sorry, it was assault. It was assault.
Well, yes, it was. But it's complicated by the fact that Chris Rock and Will Smith. I sound like I'm trying to apologise away in violence. I'm not. But Chris Rock and Will Smith know each other. There is, he doesn't want to press charges. You know better than anyone. Showbiz is a funny world, and weird things happen.
But to do something like that, it was just.
But it's not just up to Chris Rock. He might not want to press charges. Yeah. The police have to take their own decision as to whether they consider it what they call in America battery.
I suppose what I'm saying is, should this come to define the entirety of Will Smith's public image and career? And I'm not sure that it should, because he's done a lot. I hold a candle to him because I loved him in Men in Black. That was my childhood film. But I think that should be taken into consideration. Yeah.
When he was partying afterwards too, that upset me, because he didn't show any remorse at all. No remorse.
He just put the face on, didn't he? Well, heaven knows what he felt. But anyway, well, look, we shall investigate this throughout the course of the day, actually. But for now, you two, Ella, Pete, thank you both very much indeed. We'll catch up with you later.
It's a remarkable day today for other reasons too, isn't it?
It's 40 years since the Falklands War between Argentina and the UK began.
So on the 2nd of April 1982, Argentine forces invaded the British overseas territory of the Falkland Islands.
Well, Anna Riley has spoken to a Falklands veteran who's promoting a charity single to raise money for the Falklands Veterans Association.
It's 4 decades since the Falklands War began. The conflict raged on for 74 days and, after intense fighting, Argentine forces surrendered on June the 14th, 1982. Huge losses were incurred. 255 British military personnel, 3 Falkland Islanders and 649 Argentine military personnel died. Sean Lloyd served as a chef in the Royal Navy and worked on HMS Endurance when the Falklands War broke out. He survived, but the fighting left an emotional impact on him.
When we had Margaret Thatcher, there didn't appear to be any doubt at all that the mission would be successful, and it was a relief to everybody that it was a success, because it was a close call. There was a number of ships sunk and a lot of damaged ships. It's one of those things where it's surreal, because when you're on a ship and it's the sea, there's something very calming about the sea, but then at the same time there's a lot of activity going on. Now, when the task force came down, we'd done our little bit at the very beginning of it, but then obviously when the carriers come down and some of the other destroyers and stuff, we kind of took a bit of a back step, but it was a close call, because Santa Fe submarine very nearly, could have sunk HMS Endurance, and I could have been a casualty myself.
With the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, Sean believes it's important now, more than ever, to learn from the lessons of war.
The sad thing with the human condition is that man makes the same mistakes, and if you don't learn from those mistakes, and trying to put the lid on it and, basically have tolerance and respect for others, you find yourself in conflict.
Sean's promoting a charity single to raise funds for the Falklands Veterans Association, who provide visits to Liberty Lodge, a place for veterans and families of those killed in action to stay at.
40 years on, and there's veterans still wishing to go to the Falkland Islands just to lay their own ghost to rest. There's many of the 30,000 task force members that actually still suffer with PTSD today. And if we can play just a small part in helping them come to peace with what they did 40 years ago, then I think we've achieved our aim.
Memories of You by Carly Williams is now available to download on Spotify, and all proceeds will go to charity. Anna Riley, GBNews, Leeds.
Oh, wow, what a voice.
Yeah. I remember the day that we were all told that the Falklands had been invaded. And we all journalists, had to sort of go and grab an atlas to find out where the Falkland Islands were. And then when we found it, you know, and it wasn't where you expected, right down there, this tip of Argentina, we all thought, well, why is that British? And so many people just didn't know about the Falkland Islands until they were invaded. Yeah. And how long it took the task force to get out there as well, because it's such a long way.
I mean, I remember it was from a totally different, but you were reporting on it. I was in primary school. So I should rub that in. But
it's the first time British territory had been invaded by hostile forces since the Second World War.
Of course, we've still got a good presence there. Actually, a colleague of my other half was in the army, was sent out there only just a couple of weeks ago and spent a few weeks out in the Falklands. So they're still sending our people out there.
Well, it's a regular port of call now for cruise ships and everything because of people.
Oh, is it?
People, oh, very much so. My mum went to the Falkland Islands on a cruise. Yeah. Oh. Yes, it's regularly called into now. I mean, we've embraced it much more. We were very much accused 40 years ago of letting the Falklanders sort of just, you know, drift there in that part of the world and not really take much interest. But of course, since then, there's a much stronger bond now.
Yeah.
Remarkable story, the whole of the Falkland War.
I wonder what COVID's been like in the Falklands, in such a small territory.
That's a very interesting question. We'll have to find out.
Yes, I have no idea. Hopefully they're in a better position than we are, because at the moment, about 1 in every 13 people in the UK have coronavirus. That's according to the latest estimates from the Office for National Statistics. They say it's the highest number since its survey began at the end of April 2020.
Yeah. Well, let's talk to Dr. Timur Pasha, who works in trauma and orthopaedics. He joins us now. A very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It is an astonishing statistic, actually, that we've got more coronavirus cases now than ever in the pandemic. But is that a worrying thing, or because it's a different strain of the virus now, is it not so worrying? How do you feel about it?
Well, with this particularly, it's quite surprising to have this number of cases at this point in time, because now that the rules have changed, people are adhering to the Living with COVID plan. So the number will actually increase because kids are having their Easter holidays right now. And apart from that, things are returning to normal, whether that is by traveling and the easing of restrictions, or if it is just people mingling with each other a little bit more. So the numbers will increase, but because the testing will reduce, because people will have to start paying the general public, the numbers might not reflect it. However, in the hospitals, we will see definitely a huge impact.
So, I mean, what impact does that have on the NHS? Because we know hospitalisations in serious cases are much lower in comparison to the infection rates because of the vaccines and what have you. But is it still putting a strain on the NHS?
Yes, for sure, because the protocols are different in the different hospitals. So if someone does have COVID, for example, you would be treated in a side room previously. However, now with the new guidance, we will have to see what the hospitals are saying. And this has caused a massive backlog in the elective cases, which are the cases that happen non-urgently. And we're seeing the effects for the past few months where people have to wait months on end to get their appointments. And now with more and more people exposed to COVID, we don't actually know what will happen.
And now today as well, parents in England can book the vaccination for their young children as young as 5 at the moment. What's been the response, as far as you know, from parents? Are they still very worried about children that young having the vaccine, or are they going to come forward? What would your advice be to them?
So many parents were initially quite apprehensive about this. However, many studies showed that the COVID vaccine is safe even during pregnancy, straight after pregnancy. And there's been a massive campaign running this as well, encouraging people to take the vaccine. So far, many people have had the vaccines, and the trials that have happened have shown it is safe. So we should follow the government guidelines and try and get our vaccines, because it will protect our most vulnerable patients, which are the elderly and the immunocompromised.
OK, Dr. Patcher, really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for all your views. They're coming in thick and fast at the moment. People still feel it, and there's so many other things to talk about, but when a major Hollywood star like Will Smith gets involved the way he does in this controversy about, well, his sort of rather violent incident on stage.
Language. It was the
language, which I haven't heard still.
Oh, terrible.
I must go on YouTube and listen to it for myself. But you say that was worse than the actual incident, almost. I mean, talk about being embroiled in controversy and whether or not he should give up the Oscar. The overnight news is that he has actually resigned now from the Oscars Academy, of which he is a voting member. Should he give up his Oscar? Steve says, morning, Anne and Stephen, he should be made to give up his Oscar. After all, it does open several doors within the acting fraternity and, of course, will increase his value, I suppose. But I've yet to see where his wife is suffering for alopecia. He agrees with you. It's not something you would see, though, like that. Although she has shaved her head. There doesn't appear to be any bald patches, but she may be recovering now. I mean, I don't think we can make that sort of judgment at this stage.
No, maybe not. But, you know, apparently she's had alopecia for years, and she only mentioned it a few months ago in public. So,
she did look glamorous, and she was out.
She did look glamorous. But then they were both laughing when somebody else made a joke about their open marriage, and they were both laughing at that.
I know.
Which I would have thought was more problematic.
To this moment, I don't understand why Will Smith erupted the way he did. I just don't. There's no logic to it at all. I'd like to hear the
anyway,
real story.
Keep your thoughts coming through. We'll reflect more of them a bit later on, and we'll have more on this story as well coming up in the next hour. First, here's the weather.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine, thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. The showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see one or two more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though. Once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe one or two isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
Slap fallout. Will Smith quits the Academy after slapping comedian Chris Rock on stage during the ceremony.
And a very good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, April the 2nd. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV and on your radio. And coming up for you this morning.
Well, the cost of living crisis goes on. People are getting increasingly worried as prices, we're being told, are going to go up yet again from October.
Now, are you planning to get away this Easter? If so, you're being warned to expect big delays at the airport as staff shortages threaten your Easter getaway. And plenty of sporting action this weekend, so Aidan McGee will be here to talk about the World Cup draw with England, Scotland and Wales.
And don't forget, you can let us know what your views are this morning in the usual way. Email us gbnews@gbviews.uk or you can tweet us @gbnews.
So our main news this morning, and we're talking about, because a lot of you are getting in touch about this, so we thought it's worth discussing a bit more. The US actor Will Smith has resigned from the Oscars Academy after slapping comedian Chris Rock on stage during last week's event.
Yeah, he released a statement overnight and said he had betrayed the trust of the Academy and that his actions were inexcusable. Meanwhile, the Academy has now accepted his, quotes, immediate resignation from the organisation. But, quotes, they will continue to move forward with disciplinary proceedings against him. Of course, we don't know what that means yet.
No, not yet. Let's talk to our Showbiz reporter, Stephanie Tetchy, who is here. Stephanie, good morning to you.
Good morning, Stephen and Anne.
On the surface of this, you might say, well, he's resigned from the Oscars Academy. What does that mean? But actually, I mean, that is a very prestigious invite-only place to be, isn't it?
It is. It's not something that you give up lightly, and it's something that will affect his career from in on now.
Can I just ask about that? Because he's resigned from it, but who belongs to it? And
so,
when you become a famous Hollywood actor, are you invited to be part of it?
So the Academy has 17 branches for the industry. So you've got writers, you've got producers, you've got actors, you've got cinematographers. It touches all the different parts of the film industry. So, as I said, there's 17 branches, but obviously the big branch is actors. So as an actor, when you're a part of the member, you can help contribute to voting what films are going to be nominated, what actors are going to be nominated, what actresses are going to be nominated. Obviously, you get that prestigious ticket to attend the Oscars as well. And also, it helps put you forward as an Oscar nominee. So if you're not a member, you're not going to be a nominee. So in the future, unfortunately for Will Smith, this will be his first and last Oscar for his career.
Right.
Because I know he's always been, not controversial, but people have always gossiped about he's missed out on an Oscar before.
Definitely.
So this was a big deal, him getting an Oscar this
is why
year.
It's so disappointing on many levels, because for years, him and Jada had been campaigning about the Oscars, complaining it wasn't diverse enough, and the Oscars have finally given them their moments, they did last Sunday, and he's ruined it the way he did. So for him now, he has to really sit back, and I think for him doing this, he's actually taken responsibility for his actions.
Is he just, well, I hate to be a cynic.
Yeah.
But is he just doing it because was he expecting them to expel him, which I guess would have been even more controversial?
So, Stephen, with the board of governors for the Academy is made up of actors as well. So Will has friends there. There's people like Whoopi Goldberg on there, Steven Spielberg. So these are the kind of people that are going to be deciding his fate. So more than likely, Will has had a tip-off that things are not going to go in his favour. And as in anything in showbiz, if you can get out before you get sacked, it kind of helps you look a bit better.
Nevertheless, he's won the Oscar for his acting abilities.
Yes.
And a lot of people say, it's been long coming.
Yeah.
And yes, he ruined the night.
Yeah.
But should he be made to give up the Oscar? After all, he doesn't get the Oscar for being a well-behaved person. He gets it for being a great actor.
And I agree. And, he wasn't up for an Oscar for Best Role Model. He was up for his performance in his King Richard playing Venus and Serena's father. And he did an exceptional performance. Some people don't like the film, but a majority of people do. But, guys, when we look at the Oscar history as well, someone like Harvey Weinstein, he was the last person to be expelled from the Oscars in 2017. He still has his Oscars. He wasn't made to give it back. Roman Polanski, he was accused of sexual assault. He still has his Oscars.
Oh, that's interesting.
So even though people can be expelled and, suspended from the Oscars, these people are still holding on to their awards.
Mitchell's been in touch, Morning Mitchell, who says 100% the Oscars should be taken away from him. The Oscars should not reinforce his violent behaviour by rewarding him. And I guess, the emphasis from what Mitchell's saying there is, with someone like Weinstein and Polanski, who's, out of America and everything, they're not making any progress in the industry, whereas Will Smith still is.
Well, I don't know how long for, because, I think it's going to take a really long time for him to build his reputation back up. He has quite a few films coming up, and there's always this thing, Hollywood studios don't like to be associated with these kind of things. So, he's got imminent films coming out and productions which he's working on, and, fans, like, for instance, Stephen, you said, it's changed how you view Will Smith.
I'll tell you what, I feel, as someone who's always loved his work, I feel so disappointed to see that that's the man he is.
Yeah, and it's going to take a while for people to see him differently.
We've had these debates, though, in the world of show business for some time now. After everything that Michael Jackson was accused of, do you still applaud the fact that he was a genius musician or not? And in this case, can I just ask about the incident? Because I know a lot of people watching may not have watched it.
Yeah.
The incident happened after he'd got the Oscar.
Before he got the Oscar.
So they still went ahead and gave it to him.
They actually asked him to leave the venue after he slapped Chris Rock, and he refused to leave. LAPD was on standby. They were basically ready to arrest him, but they said no, they didn't want to bring any charges against him, but he stayed.
So when he got the Oscar and went up to receive it, was he booed or applauded?
He was quite tearful. It was a tearful, emotional speech for him, because it's like everything had happened, and he said, the one line which sticks in my mind, he said, love makes you do crazy things. And he was trying to kind of compare himself to Serena and Venus's father, saying that he's been quite protective over his family. But since then, Venus and Serena's father has come out and said, I do not condone violence. Because we have to understand this was also a moment for their family as well, which has now just gone out the window. So, guys, viewers at home, even if Will does keep the Oscar, are people going to really be thinking about the achievement? He's got the statue, but it's not a glorious moment.
Like I said, do you still love Michael Jackson's music now?
Yeah, it's hard to separate the art from the artist.
Yes. As Anne said, this was, his Oscar came after this whole incident.
Yeah.
And he was applauded, and then, and they all stood up. There are questions about how all the stars behaved in that, whether they should have just sat there and just not responded.
Well, this is Hollywood. They always have to act up to the moment. What were they going to do? Were they just all going to be quiet?
At that moment, you'd be just confused.
Yeah,
definitely.
And a lot of stars have come out afterwards voicing it's either like your team Chris Rock or team Will Smith, and someone like Jim Carrey, he's came out and said, what is wrong with Hollywood? We've just applauded someone who has assaulted someone on stage. So you've had...
And then yelled obscenities that could be heard by everybody.
So there's two camps right now with people saying, you know what, Will Smith needs to go.
What's your private thought about why he overreacted the way he did?
So I feel personally that Will Smith has been emasculated over the past year since the news came out that his wife had been having an affair with a younger rapper. Their marriage has been the butt of people's jokes. There's so much memes about them. Jada herself has said some comments about Will, saying he's not really man enough and all this stuff, just up to a few months ago. So I think actually that moment at the Oscars, it was a build-up of everything. And she gave her that she gave him a look like to say, are you just going to sit there?
Yeah.
And so that was his moment to prove I am the man. So I don't think it was just him reacting. I think that was like a build-up of so many events.
As I said earlier on, I can't remember who they were, the three hosts, Wanda Sykes and... one of them made a joke about their open marriage earlier on, and they just sat there and laughed about it.
And, you know, Will was initially laughing, and when you eventually watch it, you'll see when Chris made the joke, Will was laughing, but it wasn't until he looked at Jada, then he just went into beast mode. So, to be honest, I think he was just trying to defend his wife, but
it wasn't even that. I don't think it was an insult at all. You know, she looked unbelievably glamorous, and he made a joke about G.I. Jane.
I have to agree with you there, because actually I think G.I. Jane's quite a sexy character. That was Demi Moore at her best. Apparently, Chris didn't know that Jada had alopecia, and he didn't attack her saying, you have alopecia. He's just saying you could be in G.I. Jane too. She could.
Yes.
Well,
she really could. But they've had a long history where Chris has also been making fun of Jada on numerous occasions. So I think for that to happen on the Oscar when the world is watching, they felt like they had a point to prove. But I think going from this forward, it'll be interesting to see whether the Smiths' marriage survive, because I know he was defending his wife, but I think when it actually sinks in what this could have done to his career and all that stuff, it's just another notch on their marriage. So I just... It'll be interesting.
What a shame.
Stephanie, thank you. We're going to be catching up with you all through the morning today.
Got lots of other lovely stuff.
Yes, there's lots of showbiz around today, isn't there?
Stephanie, thank you. Well, loads of you getting in touch on this one as well. Mike says, good morning. Morning to you, Mike. Will Smith should be stripped of his Oscar and face the full force of the law. Assault is assault, regardless of the perpetrator.
It was an assault, but having watched it now, Steve just showed me on YouTube that little clip. It was appalling what Will Smith yelled at, and he yelled it twice as well. And yet he knew he was up for an Oscar. Why would you compromise yourself in that way?
That's what puts me off him, really, now. And it was that absolute rage
and arrogance.
Yeah.
And there was no need for it at all.
Yeah, that's what worries me. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. We're going to go through more of them a little bit later on.
Absolutely. OK, well, let's keep you up to date with the cost of living saga, and people, there's no doubt, are bracing themselves for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October.
Yeah, energy consultancy Cornwall Insight expects the next price cap increase to result in the average tariff jumping to nearly £2,600. That's about another 600 quid on top of what we're already paying.
Yeah, well, no doubt there are going to be lots of demonstrations about this right across the country today over that intensifying cost of living crisis.
Well, let's talk to Linda Finlow, who's a GBNews viewer and a Conservative supporter who joins us now. Linda, it's really good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us on the programme. Look, what do you make of how this has been handled? As a Conservative voter, do you think the government has actually done what it should have done here?
Oh dear, it's a really hard question to answer. They've had their hands tied, haven't they? We've had an unprecedented couple of years. We always knew that this money was going to have to be paid back, and now we've got to that point where something's got to give. We've got to pay this money back. We just can't go on forever.
But we've also got to live, haven't we? And heat our
government's intervening all the time.
Does it worry you?
I'm worried. I'm lucky to be working full time. I'd be much more worried if I wasn't working. Much more worried. I can cope at the moment. I'm making little savings here and there. I'm turning my appliances off at night. Not just turning them off, I'm unplugging them. If I leave a room, I turn the light off. I'm wearing an extra layer of clothing. all these little things mount up.
It's interesting you say, you know, you'd be more worried if you weren't working. Totally get that.
Yeah.
And as you say, you know, our pot is comparatively running dry as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned. But what about those people who are, even before the rises yesterday, were already at rock bottom financially? I mean, the big argument is really urgently more needs to be done to help them.
Yeah, well, up until the 31st of March, there was something called the Household Support Fund. And I don't know whether anybody even knew about this. And if you were struggling for heating or eating or simply paying your bills, you could apply to your local council for cash or vouchers to tide you along. It was something that I don't think you had to pay back. Unfortunately, that avenue is now closed, but I think that should be opened again. It's got to be 50% of it has got to be to families with children, and then it's people who have disabled people in the home or somebody that needs extra heating. I think that sort of thing is a good thing. Nobody knew about it. I didn't know about it until I went to the Conservative conference and I heard Rishi Sunak comment on it. But, you know, I have to defend the government here. We knew this money would have to be paid back. There would be a reckoning, and now that reckoning has come. We've got to ourselves be as fiscally responsible as we can be. That's easy enough to say, but we've all got to play our part.
Yeah, it just seems to so many people that it's all come at once. Yes, you're right. We all knew that a lot of the money, that the reckoning was going to happen. And now we hear that the price could be hiked again of energy in October. It makes it a very bleak outlook, though, doesn't it?
It does indeed. And I'm not decrying anybody that's struggling. It's horrible. I've been there myself. But I got an email from my energy provider, and it said, we're putting your direct debit up, and it was 120% increase.
Wow.
So I wrote to them. I said, I'm sorry, I don't agree with this. I don't want you to do this. I want you to keep my payments as they are, which is manageable. I refuse to be made to choose between heating and eating. I'm not going to tell you which energy provider it was because that's not fair. They wrote back and said, OK, we will keep your direct debit as it is for the moment. So there's a bit of a reprieve there. I suggest most people get in touch with their energy suppliers and say, I'm not happy with this. I can't pay it. I want my direct debit to be as it was, which is manageable.
Can I just ask you about the green levy on these energy bills? Because, I mean, the government hasn't shown any signs of moving on that, but a lot of people are saying that could make an immediate and significant difference. Do you think the green levy should go, even if only temporarily?
Personally, I do. When I went to the conference in October last year, it was green this, green that, and it was, I thought it was a bit depressing. So I think you can thank Ed Miliband for this green levy. This was his idea. I don't think now is the right time to be adding this to our bills. I think it's either got to go permanently or it's got to be put on the back burner for now.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think a lot of people are going to rethink their green credentials, I think, because they're just a bit too difficult to take at the moment. Linda, it's fascinating talking to you, and I do think what's very interesting lesson maybe for all of us is not to necessarily just take it. To write or to contact your energy provider and have a protest about it and see what they say. Don't automatically just take the fact that it's going to go up by that much.
Yeah.
Well done, you.
Well, you know, it's a reprieve and it may be temporary, but it gives me a breathing space.
Yeah.
I know that something's coming along in October, but for now, I've just got a bit of breathing space to keep my direct debit as it is. It's higher than I want it to be, but at the moment it's just manageable. But going up 120% would have been absolutely a no-go for me.
Absolutely. No-go for you.
Yeah, Linda Finlow, really appreciate you talking to us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank
It's nice to talk to you.
The only issue with that is, of course,
if we all do it.
Well, no, but it's just if the prices are going up that much, then effectively you are going to build up a debt.
Yes. Breathing space.
But it is that breathing space which maybe will allow you to sort of sort your finances out a bit more and prioritise.
I tell you what was also interesting that Linda said is that she's already turning appliances off, but not just turning them off, pulling them out. And apparently we do waste an awful lot of energy on standby. And we've spoken about this before, but we've sort of forgotten it for the last few years. And I think maybe we need
the little red
thing, and we leave chargers plugged in all the time. Are they using up energy when you're not actually charging something?
I don't know.
I don't know, but there are little gizmos you can get. But there are gizmos you can get for actually watching how you're burning electricity.
Oh, yeah, well, the smart meters like that. Yeah. But of course...
Again, I've got one that I haven't plugged in yet.
Yeah, the smart meters are quite useful, but of course, they take energy to run.
Themselves. Great.
I mean, not a lot. But
but they do show you where you're using things.
Yeah.
And I think maybe we've just got to be a bit We've got to be more savvy.
When you put the washing machine on and see it all jump up.
It really does, does it?
Yeah. Shows how much you're spending per day and all that sort of thing.
Don't wash. Don't wash.
I'll remind you of that next week when I come in stinking.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, keep your thoughts coming through. Love to hear them. gbviews@gbnews.uk. But stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including the latest on the war in Ukraine. First, here's the weather.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine, thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. The showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see one or two more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though. Once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe one or two isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
Welcome back. It's just coming up to 7:25.
Oh, there you go, on the nose. Now, British military intelligence says Ukrainian forces are advancing against withdrawing Russian troops around Kiev.
The Red Cross convoy will again attempt to evacuate civilians from the Ukrainian city of Mariupol after previous attempts, one particularly yesterday, failed utterly.
Well, we're joined by 2 journalists this morning, Alia Chandra, editor-in-chief of Euromaidan Press in Lviv, and Volodymyr Yermolenko, chief editor at Ukraine World, who's in Kiev. Alia, can we start with you this morning? I mean, what's the situation in Lviv today?
Well, the situation is very peaceful. Like many cities of our country, it is relatively far west, so the most that we've seen is a couple of missile strikes. But of course, because the Ukrainian sky is not closed and Russia has a lot of ballistic missiles in its arsenal, Lviv and any other western Ukrainian city can also be targeted, which is what we've been seeing lately with the Russians taking out oil depots all over the country, which is why our officials continue to ask for weapons to close the sky.
And Volodymyr, you're in Kiev. What is that? Is it more or less the sort of same situation where you are?
Well, there were explosions a few days ago. We didn't know what it was, and there are still fights. Have been still fights to the north of Kiev. But as we know today, Ukrainians are taking over the suburbs of Kiev, like Bucha, Hostomel, but they are heavily destroyed. And we don't know whether, for example, people are living there will be able to return to their homes.
I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, look at some of the. I mean, these are pictures from another city that we're looking at the moment. But the level of destruction across Ukraine, Alia, it is massive. Actually, whatever happens now, I was saying to a guest earlier on, if this war ended tomorrow, there's still going to be years and years of problems for Ukraine moving forward, isn't there?
Indeed, and I know the level of destruction is just petrifying for me to see. Yesterday, I was just looking into the situation with zoos, for instance. I mean, thousands and thousands of civilians have died, but just these, like private zoos around the capital. I have been seeing these pictures of animals just killed by shelling, and where 1 month ago people would go with their families just for a good family trip, there's just utter devastation. And it will take decades to rebuild. But the thing is that this all can be stopped. This all can be avoided if Ukraine gets the weapons it needs to defend itself. This destruction and suffering, the world can stop it. And, frankly, it's just so many millions of lives have been overturned, and the global repercussions for this. We already have a food crisis that is impacting the North Africa and the Mid East. And I just, Ukrainians are fighting like lions against the so-called second most powerful army in the world. But this, time is really crucial. We really need these weapons in order to defeat the Russians and stop all of these global crises that are impacting the world and stopping the destruction going on in my country.
I mean, you're both journalists. Volodymyr, how are you able to do your job? Can you get out of where you live? Can you walk around? Can you interview people? Or is it simply too unsafe to do so?
Of course we can. We are doing that, and there is lots of information coming from the people, from the witnesses. People are sending us what they feel. For example, with the mobile phones, we are living in this very specific time when you can get all the information on your mobile phones. And for example, the destinies of cities who are totally destroyed, like Mariupol. We should talk all about Mariupol because, according to some estimates, there are 30 to 40,000 people died in Mariupol right now, and there is a real genocide organized by the Russians. The situation in some other cities like Chernihiv or Sumy is also very, very. You can see right now Mariupol, right? So not a single building, it seems, is stayed without shelling. So we collect information from the witnesses, and this is very important to share this information. We started a campaign on our Twitter, Ukraine World Twitter, Mariupol Genocide, and you can just watch all those pictures and videos.
You've both said that, and we all acknowledge that the forces in Ukraine are fighting like lions, as you said. But there have been reports that maybe they've even taken the fight into Russia and have launched weapons into Russia. Do you think that's true?
Well,
we don't know.
I only know what our government officials told us, and that is that they say it is an accident. But really, we do not know. But at the same time, we see the panic in social media channels of Belgorod, where people are basically understanding what it means to feel like it's at war. And I think that the Russians are, with this, at least with this incident, the Russians are starting to understand that war isn't a pretty thing that they see on their screens, that it's actually devastating. So I'm just hoping that this will help turn more Russians against this war.
Okay. Alia, Vladimir, thank you both very much indeed. It's really good to talk to you this morning. It's when you know, it's interesting talking to my parents, and Ralph and Anna, they're friends now for years. And really, I mean, Anna's Yorkshire born, but actually Ukrainian, with all her families in Ukraine, and they held a concert last night to raise money. And it's just when you get, they think, oh, heck, yeah, they're connected with all of this. They've got very real connections with all of this. And it's that brings it home, isn't it?
It's a European country. We do have close connections in all sorts of ways, families and businesses and everything. And that's why I think everybody feels so terribly worked up about it. And there's a great deal of empathy. And that's good. But it's interesting to hear from two journalists there who are trying to do their bit for truth. And for proper reporting. And we just, we all hope that the Russian people are getting truth and proper reporting as well.
Yeah, well, don't know about
Would help.
that. We shall see. Look, stay with us here on Breakfast because we've got plenty more to come, including the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and find out what he thinks about the cost of living crisis. That's in a couple of minutes.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London EC3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. It is 7:34 and we're live across the UK on your TV and on your radio.
People are bracing, I'll bet you are too, for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October.
Yeah, the energy consultancy Cornwall Insight says the next price cap increase should result in the average tariff jumping up more than £600 to nearly £2,600 in the average household.
Yeah, that's an enormous amount, isn't it, for an average household? This comes as demonstrations are going to take place today across the country over those intensifying cost of living costs.
Well, let's talk to Brandon Lewis, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, who joins us now. Welcome to GB News, Minister. Good to have you on for the first time. Look, this is a desperate situation for so many people. More needs to be done, doesn't it?
Well, it is a very difficult time, and I appreciate people are seeing those energy price rises. I've got to say, myself, my family, refilled our oil tank just this week, and so you see, all of us see very first-hand what the increase in prices mean for people. Look, this is why the Chancellor put in place such a big package. It's now about £22 billion worth of support, with the biggest tax reduction overall in about 25 years, to put more money in people's pockets to deal with some of these challenges. But it is a global challenge that was building before the Ukraine invasion by Putin, and it's something that invasion is putting further pressure on, obviously. So there is a big package of support that we're putting in.
I think most people listening, and certainly our viewers, are getting in touch saying that they understand that post-pandemic Rishi Sunak has an awful lot of juggling to do, and there isn't a bottomless pit of money. But nevertheless, they do feel that maybe doing something about the green levy, maybe that there are tweaks that could be happening that at least would make ordinary people feel a bit happier and feel a bit more as though they're getting help.
And I understand that, and obviously as a Member of Parliament, my own constituents and all of us have got friends and family, we all have ideas around things that can do it. It's right that people have the opportunity to feed those things in, and at the same time I appreciate people's recognition, the Chancellor, the Prime Minister, we as a government have to look at the balance of what we're doing. So what the Chancellor's put in place means there's this £1,000 increase effectively for people, with the big increase we're seeing coming through now on the national living wage. We've seen the increase that only started as of yesterday in the threshold for national insurance. That's worth another £1,000 for people. The reduction in fuel duty, it's going to have a big impact, worth many hundreds of pounds for people who are travelling a lot around the country over the next year. There's a wide package of support. We're putting a lot of money in as well to local authorities, and you mentioned the October changes. There's a big chunk of money that means that there's a reduction, a rebate for council tax. Now there's a further one coming in October this year, another couple of £100, on top of hundreds of millions of pounds we're putting directly into local authorities so they can give the support they know their local residents need, the most vulnerable people who need that support in their local areas. So there is a very big package, and we've got to get the balance right across what we're looking on the wider economy, still being able to invest in the future, still seeing jobs rise. The number of people in work obviously higher now than it was before COVID. All of these things matter in that medium and long term, as well as trying to deal with the acute challenges we're seeing with the global pressures today.
But it is that perfect storm, though, isn't it, Minister, with obviously the situation in Ukraine exacerbating things, what we've had with the pandemic, the prices all just going up, and inflation on top of all of that. So, and even the increase to the minimum wage, even the reduction in fuel duty and all the rest of it, when it balances out against inflation, we're still worse off.
Well, this is where you're right, there is a real challenge of things coming together on the global economy as well as things that are happening domestically. I think it's right, we've got to do everything we can, and we will continue to support the people and the government of Ukraine to defend their sovereign democracy, and it's right that we do that. But that does have an added impact that we need to recognise. Now, that's why our job in government is to do what we can to support and balance people. We can't cover every single shock that comes through the system, but we will always seek to do what we can. Look, I would just say, if you look through the period of COVID, we put in unprecedented messages to support both people, individuals and businesses. Chancellor and the Prime Minister are determined to continue to do all we can, but we do have to look at the wider balance. And you mentioned inflation. That is part of that wider balance of package, and decisions we make today have an impact down the line, both in terms of interest rates and inflation. That's why it's important that we are careful as far as we can be with government borrowing, which is at record levels already, and therefore we have to make those decisions in government to do what we can to help people whilst recognising the longer term impacts as well, because we want to see a growing economy, more people in work, earning more money in their pockets so they can look after themselves and their families.
I mean, we've already spoken to people who watch this programme, one lady in particular, Linda, wasn't it, who is a Conservative supporter, and she said, you don't have to necessarily just take it. She rang her energy provider and managed to get what she feels might just be a stay of execution, or at least a window for a while. But, I mean, do we just have to take the fact that inevitably prices will go up again in October as we go into winter? Couldn't we take on some sort of long-term plan to deal with that at least?
Well, yes. I mean, look, a couple of points to that, and I say, so it's Linda who phoned is right. People can shop around as well. I have to say, I know my wife this week spent a fair bit of time on the phone getting comparative oil prices and delivery times before we bought the oil that we bought. And people should, and it's quite right, consumers have that ability to have consumer choice. But you're also right that as a government, one of our pieces of work is to look at what we can do to give more energy security here at home, to try and bring more energy availability, which in itself will help to hold prices down and potentially even bring prices down in the medium and long term. That's the work that the Department for Business are doing. The Prime Minister is very focused on to look at what we're doing about energy supply so that we can, as we move forward, start to see energy costs coming down because we're able to supply more locally, and that's not necessarily always being as reliant on the international market. Because obviously when there's changes in the international market, even if we're not particularly taking large amounts of gas and oil, for example, from Russia, which we're not in the UK, but because other countries around the world, particularly across Europe, are, that has an impact on international prices. That affects us as well. So that domestic work is so important, and that's why the Business Secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, and his team in energy are doing that work and taking a bit of time now to do that work, so that when we outline what that energy plan is, it's one that can really make a beneficial difference for people and ultimately in people's pockets.
Look, you've mentioned a couple of times Russia and Ukraine. We were just talking to a couple of Ukrainian journalists, and one saying, look, we are desperate for more weapons to try and keep our skies safe, because there's more missiles obviously hitting, I mean, even hitting Lviv, even though it's a comparatively peaceful city in the west at the moment. What is happening? We sent a lot of Javelin anti-tank missiles. We've sent a lot of NLAWs over. We need to send more, don't we? What's happening there?
Look, yes, I think I'm very proud to. We should all be very proud as the UK that we are playing our part in helping and supporting the people of Ukraine, both financially and through humanitarian aid, but also in that lethal defence aid, as we refer to it. And we were the lead in the world in that. And the Defence Secretary and the Prime Minister have continued to coalesce the world leaders to get that support in. And just yesterday, I have to say, Stephen, I was very, very fortunate to be, as Northern Ireland Secretary, in Belfast with a company that are producing the NLAWs and some of those direct lethal weapons that are going out to Ukraine, and they are ramping up their production to ensure that we have got the supplies that we need and we're able to do our bit to support Ukraine. And to see the UK being able to be so instrumentally part of that defence is something we can all be very proud of. And as I say, I was very fortunate to see that in production in Belfast just yesterday.
Before we let you go, if I can just ask one more time, there are going to be lots of demonstrations right throughout the country today about the cost of living crisis and whether or not the government is doing enough to help ordinary people. Lots of demonstrations. Does government ever listen or watch those demonstrations and take any points on board, or is it just a waste of time for these people?
Well, look, first of all, I think I would just say, and I'll take the opportunity to make the point, that I think we should always defend people's right to have their say. Peaceful, properly organised protests are part of a free speech, free democracy. It's exactly what we want to defend for the people of Ukraine. The ability to have that freedom is a really strong thing. So I think it is good that people do it. They should do that in a proper and an appropriate and peaceful way. And as government, we're always looking at what people say. The feedback we get from our constituents as individual MPs as well as a government, that is important. We are looking at that. And what I would stress to anybody protesting today is, first of all, yes, please do that in a peaceful way and ensure that it's done in an appropriate way. But we are listening. That's why the Chancellor put those measures in place. Roughly £22 billion of support for people that we have announced already. And we do continue to keep this under review, as we have done through COVID. We want to make sure we're supporting people across the United Kingdom as individuals and businesses for the success we want to have as a country in the future.
OK. Look, Minister, really good to talk to you this morning. I hope you've enjoyed your first time on GB News. Will you come back?
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it already.
Lovely. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe not that quick, but thank you.
No.
You can come into our nice warm studio instead of standing out on a cold street.
Yeah, that would be better. Look, Brandon, really good to see you.
I'll
Thank
come in a warm studio. Tomorrow I'll be cycling. Thanks.
OK, enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think it's always interesting when you get to speak to someone in Cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
And get their perspective.
Good. But, you know, I do wonder about all these demonstrations. Actually, he's lucky he got his delivery of oil yesterday, isn't he? Because we were speaking to yesterday, I don't know if you were watching.
Oh, the Stop the Oil lot.
Yeah, to the Stop the Oil people. They were arrested in the end and taken off those oil tankers, and the oil obviously got through. But you know.
See, yesterday when we were talking about that, we were talking about because obviously that affects petrol stations more than anything else. But actually, those people, I mean, when I was growing up, we had a big oil thing outside the back of the house because it's a little village in the middle of nowhere. And you did have to, get the oil, get it in. And for those people who then, as a result of a protest, couldn't get that oil...
they didn't get any heat.
Then you've no heating. Yeah. That's it. You
But the right to protest, the right to free speech, very, very important block of our society, building block of our society.
It is. Yeah. Quite right too. Now,
absolutely.
Let's take you through the papers. Broadcaster, journalist, entertainer, stand-up, Pete Price.
And owner of Trifocals.
An owner of Trifocals, which I'd never heard of before. And journalist Ella Whelan. Both here. Good to see you both this morning.
Thank you.
Pete.
By the way, I'm interrupting. I thought you were wonderful then talking to the Minister, and I think you two should be politicians. Because I think you know more. Journalists know more than any of them.
Oh, I don't know. It's a thankless task being a politician.
Yeah. Journalists know a lot for 10 minutes, don't they? And then they move on.
Given our secret away.
Yeah, that is the secret of being a journalist.
To be fair, I always say I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
That's absolutely.
I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know about
50 years I've been doing that.
And then goes in one ear and out the other, and there you go home. And
diets. I know a fair bit about diets, Pete.
I think it's sad they're talking now about heart disease tied up with diets. You know, these crash diets. Yeah, they've done a research, and it's an interesting story. But the whole diet business, which is worth billions upon billions, but really, it's what you put in your mouth. You don't put in your mouth. You don't put weight on. I've fought my weight all my life, so I've really struggled. But they frighten me, these crash diets, because it must be doing you harm. Your body some harm. And everyone's going over to Turkey and getting these gastric bans as well, and coming back and losing 3 stone and can never eat again. You know, I mean, you've got to start. Exercise is great. I think through the pandemic, people learned that how important exercise is, but we mustn't go back to our ways. But it's interesting that
the crash diet, the crash dieting has to be bad for you because it gives you problems later on in life. You think, you think when you're younger you can get away with it, but later on,
can't be good for your heart. Can't be in any shape.
But everyone wants a quick result, don't they?
Well,
I totally understand. I've dieted over the last 6 months and I've lost a couple of stone.
But you look great.
But it's been one of those. It's been slow and steady.
But then you keep it off when it's slow and steady.
Yeah, but slow and steady is really hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah. Maybe an incentive, because, I mean, have you been dieting for the wedding?
For the wedding? No, I haven't.
Are you sure you haven't?
No, that wasn't the plan. It was just my mother saying, you
look better with it.
You could probably do with losing a pound or 2. And,
we've got problems here, because one of the lovely ladies now goes out and gets us breakfast. Never had that before,
really?
GB.
Do they?
Oh.
Anything you want?
No.
We don't get offered breakfast.
No, we
What's
don't get
going
any
on?
Nor did we.
I'm
This was a
nervous
news,
about,
wasn't it?
I'm nervous about commenting on this because Pete's just watched me have about 6 biscuits before 7 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not qualified to talk. But the thing about crash dieting is, when you think about it, you think about teenagers only, drinking water all day, what we used to do at school, or eating celery because someone told us it reversed calories and things like that.
Yeah.
But it's been rehabilitated into, I can't tell you how many times I've seen things like juice cleansers or stuff, and it's made to sound like this incredibly healthy thing, but actually what you're doing is starving yourself for a week, and it's sort of dressing up very bad health practices in a kind of healthy.
You're putting your body under stress, really.
Very much so.
And that's where this report says, you could be really damaging yourself.
Well, it must be. It must be damaging to your heart. And when you've been very big and you've got all that excess skin, and then your body inside has been, wow, what's happening to me now?
And the stress on your knees and your joints and your back.
And you get diverticulitis.
What's that?
Which is an issue with your bowel.
Oh, really?
Which is very nasty.
Well, I also hear it's not good for sex.
What?
Why?
Dieting?
Dieting because you're up and down. Oh, that's a bad choice of words. Sorry about that.
Should we change tack?
Let's
quickly.
COVID, Ella, in the FT. Hey, you bring the tone down every time.
It was an accident.
Well, I mean, you've been covering this across the morning, and it's everywhere. The fact that there has been a rise in COVID cases. 4.9 million were reported in the week just gone, ending March the 26th. But and the Financial Times talks about the fact that this is having a knock-on effect in offices, that places are emptying out because people are going off sick. But the flip side to this, so there's always with these stories, it's headline with this shocking stat, X number of million people are off with COVID. But we know that hospital cases are rising, but in very, very small numbers. The same with deaths, that we're in the sort of like low hundreds rather than anything like we've seen before in the thousands. And that actually most people who catch Omicron at the moment suffer from a kind of a sniffle, maybe a bit of a cough, maybe a bit of a cold, something that you wouldn't in previous years have gotten off work with. You would have stayed on and just had a load of tissues by your desk. So the question is, do we have, do we moving forward have a culture in which we keep treating COVID like this very special thing that you have to take special measures for and come off work? Or does it become part of normal life, particularly with the fact that they're upping now vaccinations for the elderly and putting in the kind of measures that will protect people for whom it might prove fatal or dangerous. And it's, I think it's just important to always remind people that even if the numbers are high in the millions, that looks frightening, but that doesn't necessarily translate into danger and a need for restrictions.
Well, how many people have got flu? And at work with flu. We've got to live with it. We have got to live with it. 6-point-something million people are waiting for other treatments to save their lives. We've got to learn to live with this.
And there are still people dying of it.
Yeah.
But are they? Yes, that's what I was going to say. How comparable is that number to the people who you could say are dying of flu? Or other things?
Well, we know that it's difficult to compare COVID with flu because we know that it's so much more transmissible. We know that obviously previous strains have been completely incomparable to flu because they've been so much more deadly. But the thing with Omicron is that for the vast majority of the population, it poses no real threat. And for those for whom, either immunocompromised or people who are elderly, there is the vaccination process, which is being successful so far.
So maybe rather than treating the whole population with this sort of COVID panic situation,
it has to be more targeted.
Maybe it should be more targeted towards those who are going to be vulnerable.
Which is what we do with the flu.
Anything. Which is what we do with flu.
Flu vaccines.
It's difficult, isn't it, to know?
I was just looking, influenza and pneumonia, which are often linked. In 2019, there were 26,398 deaths in the UK.
Gosh.
Wow.
See, that's very high.
It's big, isn't it? We forget about that.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the spike when everyone comes back from the Easter holidays.
Yes.
Because everyone's going away.
I still haven't had it,
You're very lucky.
Yeah.
I've had
Me
it
either,
twice.
touch wood. Yeah. We were talking about the 40th anniversary of the Falklands. Today is the 40th anniversary. And we were saying, how does COVID affect people in the Falkland Islands? The population is 2,840. Small, isn't it? COVID cases, 123. Deaths, 0.
Yeah. But we've done well.
They've done well.
Quite how that works out in terms of percentages and things, I don't know.
Don't know. But at
you know,
least
no deaths. Well, that's positive.
no, that's very good.
In the Express, Pete, Dame Edna going back onto a
double page spread on Dame Edna.
I love
one of
Dame
life's
Edna.
characters, and he's going out on stage as himself, as Barry Humphries, to talk about his happy days. I've been a broadcaster for 40 years. The most bizarre interview I've ever done was with Barry Humphries. He came in
As
looking
Edna?
amazing.
As
No,
him.
as Barry, but he came in with a hat, big scarf, because he's very... And I said, now, this is what we do. And he went, oh, no, this is what we do. And he went down and became Edna and took over the interview and completely controlled and finished when he wanted to finish. And he went, I really enjoyed that, and walked out and I went, what?
Wow.
What? That was a lesson in my word. He came to the Empire, brutal. I always remember his first, when he walked on stage, and he was on a crane, and he went straight up to the guards and went, you're in the cheap seats, so I came to say hello, and then went back down.
Isn't that brilliant?
Loved him. He's one of life's characters.
Incredible. Oh,
Absolutely incredible. Have you two interviewed him?
Oh, yes.
No.
Many
Have
times.
you?
Oh, as Dame Edna, many times. Well, he used to do the whole thing. He used to come into Breakfast Telly in those days. He'd come on, first of all, as Dame Edna, because that took a lot of work. And then he'd come on later as... Les. The ambassador. Les Patterson. Les Patterson, who was bizarre. Again. And then a bit later on, he'd come on as himself when he'd taken everything on. He was, still is, the most amazing entertainer.
It's just when you see, I've seen him live, but when you see those interviews, and as you say, Pete, he just takes over. You can't ask him a question.
No, he says what he wants, what he intended to say from the start.
Love it.
But, brilliant. And so he's going on tour.
He's going on tour as himself, which I want.
Couldn't recommend
for.
more, absolutely. Get yourself a ticket.
Fabulous. It's a shame. Still, even if he's being himself, you still need to take your gladiolite and throw onto stage.
But if he's going on tour, maybe he'll come in and talk.
Oh, maybe. That would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
If you're watching, Barry, we want you.
Yes, please. We're out of time. But it's good to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed. But you will be back a little bit later on, so don't go anywhere just yet.
If Barry came on, we'd have to do Aussie views.
We probably would, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Fantastic.
Let's just... Oh, this is a good one from Sue. Been in touch. Morning, Sue. About Will Smith. Excuse me, I'm chewing a mint. Let me keep his Oscar, Will Smith, so he can look at it every day and remind him that night showed everyone what a spoilt, self-entitled thug he really is. And by the way, if someone had compared me to G.I. Jane, I would have been so happy.
Yeah, exactly.
And with Team Stephen on this one, thank you very much.
So we'll be talking about that in the next hour. Do stay with us here on GB News.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine, thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. The showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see one or two more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though. Once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe one or two isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
Households are being warned to brace for another huge rise in energy bills as the cost of living squeeze continues to bite.
Good morning to you. It is 8 o'clock on Saturday, April the 2nd. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne. And we want to start by saying a special hello to new viewers and listeners if you're in Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Warrington, Glasgow, Folkestone, Bristol, Lincoln, Conway, Derry, Dundee and the Orkney Islands. Wow, loads of you tuning in.
Yeah, welcome. It's lovely to have you with us. If you want to send us any pictures of you as you watch GB News, remember you can send it to gbviews@gbnews.uk. We'd like to see how you watch us. Are you wearing your pyjamas? Are you dragging the dog or the cat in bed with you just to keep warm? We are live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio.
So, coming up for you this morning, households are being warned to brace for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October, potentially setting you back another £629. This as demonstrations will be held today over the cost of living crisis. So, is it time for the government to step in again?
Motion denied. A US judge upholds Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking conviction despite a juror's false statements. We'll be bringing you the latest on that.
Also, slap fallout. US actor Will Smith quits the Academy after slapping comedian Chris Rock on stage during the Oscars. We're going to be talking to Stephanie Tecci about that in just a moment.
And of course, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us @gbnews.
So let's start with something which I've got to say everyone's talking about this morning. Will Smith, the great Oscar-winning actor as he now is, but he has resigned from the Oscars Academy after he slapped comedian Chris Rock on stage during the event earlier this week.
In a statement overnight, the actor said he had betrayed the trust of the Academy and that his actions were inexcusable. The Academy accepted his immediate resignation from the organisation, but they say they'll continue to move forward with disciplinary proceedings against him.
So let's get the latest from Stephanie Tecci, who's, of course, been following all this extremely closely. Look, first and foremost, Stephanie, how significant is a resignation from the Oscars Academy?
It is very significant because it's what most actors dream of. It's like a kind of elite Hollywood club to be a part of. You know that you will have access to the Oscars. You know that you have the power to vote on what films will be put up for nominations. And also you yourself know that you are part of the running to be nominated for an Oscar. And this is something Will Smith has been wanting all of his career because he's done a vast amount of films in his career. He's not someone who's new to the game. And for him to be among that and, winning the Oscar, it's an honour. But now he's taken himself out of that elite club, as I was saying, and this will be his first and last Oscar. So now he's out of it. It will affect as well productions that he works on, because more than likely, if he does a really great film in the future, for it to be nominated for an Oscar is very unlikely. So it's bigger than him resigning, because it's also going to affect Hollywood studios who will want to work with him in the future. Some producers don't care, but for Hollywood, getting an Oscar is a big thing. And
if you were casting him, even if big name directors and the companies want to cast him in a film, they know that film can never win Best Actor Oscar.
Definitely, and it might not win over audiences.
It's all about marketing, isn't it?
It's about marketing, it's about money, it's about reputation, and more than anything, what he did on stage is considered assault. A lot of people have been triggered just watching that through people who've gone through domestic violence themselves or through assault themselves. So this has been like the most played clip around the world this week.
It was so shocking. I mean, I've got to say, in terms of him moving forward, obviously there's this investigation, but as you say, with future projects, and he's got a few movies coming out.
He does.
Well, with those movies, it's part of the contract, isn't it, that you have to do what they call the junkets.
Yes.
And sit in hotel rooms and talk to people like you. I mean, the problem with all of that is he's just going to have interview after interview after interview about this.
And he probably wouldn't want to do any interviews about that. I think what will happen, because, guys, this week has all been a big PR damage control for Will Smith. From, on the night he was partying it up at the Variety after awards, but then 2 days later he released his apology to Chris Rock. So his PRs are now going into overdrive. So I guarantee you guys, there's going to be a big interview with someone like Oprah, with Chris Rock, and they will both be sitting there talking about it. So hopefully when Will Smith does get his career back, it will be like he's already done the big interview already.
You see, Chris Rock can forgive him and ask not to press charges. But that moment still exists. And there's no way he's ever going to be able to live that down.
No, and it's a shame because, when we think of actors that make you feel good, Will Smith has always been that actor. From when I was a youngster, I've been watching all his films, Men in Black, Independence Day.
And his TV, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I mean, that's what made him.
He's been iconic, but as we're finding in the kind of era we're in now, one thing can cost you your career, and cancel culture is so big, and coming back from that, he's going to have to do a lot of work.
And at a time when all of the big award ceremonies, particularly the Oscars, were seeking to try and tick the boxes and make sure they were diverse and all the rest of it. And there's a black actor who, frankly, has missed out on an Oscar many times. He gets the Oscar and ruins the moment.
I was so disappointed, as someone who as a black person who works in entertainment, we know those moments are very far and few between. And for someone like Will Smith, who's been banging on for years, Oscars are too white, and then you finally get your stage and do that against another black person, it's totally ridiculous. And also, people say, if that was a white person that had done that to Will Smith, hell would have been let loose, kind of thing. So the fact that it was two black, icons of, Hollywood, it's quite disappointing.
I mean, I know we've said, Chris Rock has let this slide. I mean, he has to an extent as far as the law is concerned. He hasn't pressed charges, but he has said he is processing still. So there could be something coming out.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think Chris Rock also has to make use of what's happened. He was slapped live on television worldwide, and
he was yelled at.
Abused. And so, during he's on comedy tour at the moment, and the sale prices for his tickets have rocketed because obviously people want to hear what he's got to say, and he said that he is processing it, but he said it will be serious when he talks about it, but he said it'll be funny too. So the thing with comedians, they always bounce back, and clearly he hasn't lost his humour, and he's going to put his funny spin on it.
Yeah. Oh well. hope someone comes
It's just
out
so
well of all of this.
shocking. Like we said, Will Smith, and like you said, people will be very disappointed because he's much loved.
He is.
He really has been much loved.
It's taken the shine off him for me.
Hasn't it just?
I have to say. Look, Stephanie, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Loads of you getting in touch this morning. Alex dropped us a line. Morning, Alex, saying they should take the Oscar off Will Smith because that investigation, that's still a possibility, unlikely as it may be. It seems to me he has a responsibility to his fans and those who look up to him to solve problems in a non-violent way.
Yes. I mean, he's always done those parts, hasn't he, that are basically heroes to little boys and girls. And therefore, what he's done there is just he's shown a whole generation of kids that you have to resort to violence. I don't think. And shouting obscenities. That shocked me more, I have to say.
Yes,
Because Stephen played me the clip a bit earlier, because I hadn't seen it. It's not just the slap. He then goes back to his seat and yells F-words at Chris Rock on stage, and that was heard by everybody.
I mean, the way he does it, the fury.
Yeah, it's really nasty to watch.
It's not nice. It's not nice. Anyway, look, loads of you getting in touch on loads of stuff. We'll go through some of the cost of living stuff a little bit later on. I just want to say we're talking about keeping warm.
Yes.
And I mentioned pyjamas, which may be the way forward.
Probably.
Steve says, morning, and Steve, I haven't worn pyjamas for 50 years. All I remember about them is waking up with the sleeves up my armpits, cutting off the circulation to my hands, the legs doing the same above the knees. Yeah, I remember that.
I would say the same about that's pyjamas. When you go to bed, they always end up rising up and all the rest of it.
Because he's not looking forward to having to wear them in his autumn years.
I think bed socks might be even better than pyjamas.
Maybe.
Long ones.
What about bicycle clips on your bottom of your pyjamas and on your wrists? It's a bit of a palaver.
Well, I was going to say, it's an interesting thought, yeah.
Just came to me then.
Or just ones with elasticated ends.
I should, maybe I should market that.
Yeah.
Pyjama clips.
Do you remember in the olden days, and this is before my time, I have to say, but men used to wear those, what do they call them, the complete, the onesie, basically, wasn't it?
Oh, well, it's like long johns.
Long johns, but they were also attached to the vest, weren't they?
Yeah,
you had to step into them and button them up. Yeah. Maybe that's the way to go forward.
Do you know what I have got
onesie.
For my days when I have to present from outside in the cold? I've got thermals and long johns and all that sort of thing.
So like ski pants and things.
Yes, yeah. Maybe I should put my long johns on when I go to bed.
That's probably the way to do it, I have to say.
There you go. Oh, someone's saying tights. Men in tights.
Men in tights. Oh no, that
apparently that's the thing you wear under your trousers. It's a thing.
Yes, they are.
Tights.
Well, you talk to anyone who goes skiing. They have there's a specialist business in underwear and for your underskis, keep you absolutely warm and toasty right from the tip to the top. Right. And maybe we've got to do that too. I don't know.
I don't know if I could bring myself to wear tights.
No, I don't think you need to, dear. I don't think you need to.
That might be a step too far.
Look for some of that ski underwear. I think that's what you really need. Yeah.
Which are probably exactly like tights, only 20 times as expensive.
Yeah.
Probably.
Keep your thoughts coming in on that one. What's the answer to that? The best sort of underwear to have, I suppose. GBViews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us, of course, at GBNews.
Yes, love to hear from you today. Now, frustration is growing from British sponsors of Ukrainian refugees over how long it's taking to process visa application under that Homes for Ukraine scheme.
Yeah, one woman in Cambridge who is opening her home to a Ukrainian woman has gone on hunger strike over the issue. Our East of England reporter Amelia Harper is with her now. Hello to both of you. Very good morning.
Good morning. Well, welcome to Cambridge and welcome to Rend Platings, who, as you said, is going on hunger strike over how long these visas for Ukrainian refugees are taking to be processed by the government. As you can see as well, we're standing outside her house, which she has painted in the Ukrainian colours. So, Rend, just tell me, you've been doing this now for 24 hours, over 24 hours. How are you feeling? What was the last thing that you ate?
The last thing I had was a Thai curry and some glasses of wine, and I think that probably wasn't such a good idea, but it wasn't advisable, but it was still what I did because it was nice. And then I went to bed, and that was it. So I enjoyed my last meal, but what has been happening is it hasn't been going too bad, because a lot of people have been sending messages of support, because it's clear that a lot of people feel the way I do and are quite glad that I'm doing the hunger strike and not them.
And how do you feel about this whole situation? You are sponsoring a lady to come over here. What are the frustrations that you have been facing with the delays here?
So my frustration is that I completed the application form on the 18th of March as soon as the scheme opened. My friend Christina is actually in Ukraine. I persuaded her to leave the city of Kiev, where she was living with her grandfather and her parents, who she's very close to. Her grandfather's 90 years old. Unfortunately, she couldn't persuade them to leave with her. So she's sitting in the country and she's just waiting for the visa. When the visa scheme was first announced, she said, "Oh, you know, it's so amazing that Britain's doing this. I feel, you know, that I really want to come to Britain because it's so organised." I'm a bit embarrassed about that one, but it's so organised and they really want us, and you know, they'll be supporting us. And she was feeling really positive about it.
But less so now.
Yeah, since we haven't heard back, she's now thinking, should I go back to Kiev? Which would be disastrous. I mean, the mayor of Kiev just said that it was still a dangerous city and you had to be out of it for quite some time.
And the government has now, as of yesterday, actually just started a refugee matching scheme. They have a charity, Reset Communities and Refugees, has received £300,000. Do you think this is enough? Do you think this has been done quick enough? Do you think this is the right thing?
Well, it's not really addressing the key problem. It's a typical deflection tactic, in my view, which is that even though this is obviously all of the support that we can have is great, and the British people have raised a lot more money than that. I mean, the British people have raised millions and have spent, you know, millions of their own hard-earned cash on charities supporting displaced Ukrainian people. So the £300,000 is actually small change from the government compared to what the British people have been generously donating.
Thank you so much, Rend, for your time. Well, the government says that they are trying to speed the process up as quickly as possible, but for people here like Rend, who has gone on hunger strike over this issue, it's not quite fast enough.
OK, Amelia, thank you.
There are some amazing stories, though, of people who are taking in Ukrainian refugees. There's a whole village in Oxfordshire, quite near me, where a local businessman has talked, well, I'd say talked, he's sort of persuaded the whole village to take somebody in. It's like there's a whole village of people who are taking in Ukrainians.
I mean, that would be quite a community, won't it, after that?
Yes, it really will.
Actually, that'd be nice for those people coming over, that they're not just going to be isolated.
Exactly, yeah.
Because that's what happens in terms of language problems and all that when you've got someone moving in, because there are a lot of people aren't going to speak English.
No, which is why it helps to keep a lot of people together in some ways, because if there's one person who can translate, that would be useful.
Yeah.
It's just there are some extraordinary kind people out there.
If you're getting involved in any of that,
we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, we certainly would. Yeah. Certainly would. Now, people, oh dear me, bracing for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect. And it's coming our way in October. It's really not that far away.
No, but it will be as we go into winter. Yeah. Energy consultancy Cornwall Insight, that's what they're called. They say they're expecting the next price cap increase to result in the average tariff jumping to nearly £2,600.
Well, this comes as demonstrations are taking place across the country today over the cost of living crisis. Let's talk to Andy Mayer, who's Chief Operating Officer at the Institute of Economic Affairs. Andy, really good to see you this morning. We keep asking this question to all sorts, people like you, to politicians, to everyone we get. What more can the government do? I mean, is there any more that the government can actually do?
So in the short term, not a great deal. I mean, I'll say one piece of good news is that forecast for 2,600 is £400 down from where it was a couple of weeks ago. So the oil and gas prices are at least going in the right direction. So although it's still volatile and we don't know where it will be, we can at least hope that that trajectory will continue, and it may not be that much by the time we get there, but it's still an enormous amount of money. So in the short term, all the government can really do is try and substitute new sources of oil and gas in the supply chains. And that's why last month it was going off to Saudi Arabia, going off to America and trying to get new deals. That's the biggest thing they can do this year. The other thing they need to do is get out of the way when it comes to building new sources of oil and gas and potentially other energy sources onshore. So they need to relax the planning rules, they need to relax the regulations on fracking, and they need to stop dithering on this and start drilling. Other things, well, they could, if they wished, move some of these energy bills onto general taxation. But that's really a sticking plaster solution because you're still going to pay the money. You're just not going to see it in the same way. It's going to come through in higher future national insurance contributions, VAT, or income tax. So the long-term strategy has to be to work out how to decarbonise more affordably. And there is no alternative in the short or medium term than finding new sources of oil and gas.
Yes, I mean, a lot of people have been questioning, is now the time to go green? They're thinking particularly of the green levy. Maybe that should be relaxed or cut in the short term at least. But what you're saying there is that we have got to actually see the government investing in renewable energy suppliers because that is literally the only way forward.
That's the long-term solution, but it is long-term. So offshore wind farms, for example, take 5 to 7 years to build. So they're not going to provide a solution in the near term. One of the things the government could do where they've been quite naughty is to stop the rise in some of these renewable levies. So the bonus payment that's given to about 90% of British renewable power, the ROC scheme, went up on April the 1st. And there's no reason for that. These companies are making a small fortune at the moment. They get paid the wholesale price, which is basically the price of gas, plus a bonus of about £50 for each of these certificates. And that's a windfall. They could stop that happening. Buried deep in the supply chains, you've got things like the UK ETS scheme, and I won't bore you with the details, but it's basically a sort of carbon price. And that's at record highs at the moment. And the government has a scheme where they can cap that off when there's been a shock like the one that's happened, and they've not done it. At the moment, there's still a little bit too much net zero ideology going on in the regulators and the civil service, telling people that we want these high energy prices because it will make low carbon energy look cheaper. And that they could do something about.
Yeah. Now is not the time. Thank you very much indeed for that. Actually, one of our viewers, Robert, has been in touch. As a lifelong conservationist, it grieves me to see the mess the government are making in their obscene rush towards net zero. Of course, we should conserve energy, but wind power and solar cells are proving a very costly and unreliable way to provide the energy we need.
It's interesting. Actually, I don't think it was when you were off. There's a big piece in the papers about geothermal energy, and they're looking at drilling 20 kilometres straight down. Core. And they reckon if they have like a big plant in every country, one plant in every country, sort of thing, it would provide basically very cheap,
very free heating,
unlimited energy.
Yeah. I know, and that sounds...
But it would, I mean, it'd probably take 50 or 60 years to get them up and running.
Would it take that long? Because they're at the technology is already there.
It's getting down that deep, isn't it? But that's what we need to be looking at, things like that.
And that is very long term.
That is very long term.
We need both, don't you? We need long term and short term strategies. And it seems that the long term only the rich can afford.
Yeah, let us know what you think at GBViews, gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews. But coming up for you, Spain has extended COVID restrictions over the Easter period. We'll tell you why that affects you in a couple of minutes.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
.23. Welcome back. You are watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne, whether you're watching us on the TV, you're on the app or on the computer,
or however,
or on the radio.
And if you're one of our, we've had a wealth of new viewers today, we've just been told about, all over the country really, in some fascinating parts.
Yes.
If you are new to us and you've just started watching us at the weekend or whatever, or during the week, then get in touch and tell us who you are and why you've suddenly watched. Have you switched over from anyone else? And why? We'd love to know.
Oh, yes, we would. We've got all this technology which tells us the areas people are in. So it is. You're in Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Warrington, Glasgow, Folkestone, Bristol, Lincoln, Conway, Derry, Dundee and the Orkney Islands.
Yeah. So we know where you're watching us from, but we don't know who you are.
Oh, yes.
We can't look into your homes yet. So we'd love to hear from you, and you could tell us who you are and why you're watching suddenly this morning. It's really nice. It's really nice to be in touch with you. We also want to hear how you're staying warm at the moment, what your plans are, because we've been talking a lot about that. Staying warm, whether you're going to wear pyjamas suddenly this year. This is the first time you're going to wear pyjamas or long johns.
Long johns.
Or whatever.
I think long johns could be the answer.
Or just drag the dog or cat onto the bed with you, because that's a very efficient way of staying warm, apparently.
It is. A bit of extra body heat from something that's very furry.
Or are you going on holiday and seeking the sun, I wonder? Because it's Easter coming up.
That would be a lovely treat, wouldn't it? But if you are looking to get away Easter, to Spain in particular, you'll need to be vaccinated after the country has extended its COVID entry requirements until the end of the month.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've chosen to extend them. Maybe they see a sort of influx of Brits, I don't know. Until April the 30th, only fully vaccinated Brits or those who can show proof of recovery from COVID can enter the country.
Well, let's talk to Clive Ratton, who's the CEO of the Business Travel Association. Good morning to you, Clive. I mean, from a business perspective, will this have much of an impact, do you think?
Well, it is an impact because the constant changing rules, such as you just explained in Spain, make it very difficult for people to get confidence about getting back to travelling, whether it's for holidays or on leisure. So it's a bit disappointing, but it's part of what we live with in the world today. So the industry needs to, as a travel industry, is very flexible and helping people get through this and change. So it's just part of life now. And, but you can see from the demand that's out there, people want to get away. And if you're fully vaccinated or you've recovered, as you said, you're still good to go and, have a lovely time, I hope.
At this time of year, Spain is probably the easiest and quickest place to get to if you're looking for real warmth and almost guaranteed sunshine. And a lot of people will choose to do that with their children in Easter. Do you think they'll be put off by the fact that now you've got to prove that you've been fully vaccinated or fully recovered from COVID?
Well, I think, as part of what we've been doing in the industry is making sure people are aware of all the changes and the requirements that are there and advising people where the best place is to go. And I'm very much hopeful that people have made the right decision and planned ahead to make sure they're fully vaccinated for themselves and obviously taking the children away. So we've seen great demand for people to travel. Clearly, this extension may make a little bit of an issue, but I think people are aware of what's needed. And, you can see, as I said before, from the demand from people going on holiday, that it hasn't put people off so much. We just want to get away and get some sunshine, particularly at the moment when it's freezing outside.
Outside here, but as I said, Spain is one of the few places you can rely on that is easy to get to at the moment. Is business looking good, do you think?
Yeah, it's looking really positive, so long as it kind of stays with the restrictions being fairly limited. All of our trade members, both from business travel and on the leisure side, are seeing a really big increase. Airlines are doing pretty well. So what we need now is this kind of consistent period where people get away. They understand it's not too difficult. There are clearly some issues around staffing levels and what have you. Seen some unfortunate delays at the airport, but generally the experience is good. And us Brits, we love to travel. We love to get some sunshine. And now we're able to. Then people are getting back out there and getting on planes and going to sunnier climes.
Yeah, well, something we all want to do. Clive
Delays at airports.
Terrible. Look, Clive, it's really good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. We can dream of a bit of sun, and well, I can. You've just come back from sunshine.
I have. I want to go back out there again. It'd be nice though. But I tell you what, all the forms you have to fill in, and it looks as though you're going to have to do the Spain passenger locator type form again. You need to double check and triple check the forms you've got to fill in. That's what's causing so many hold-ups at airports.
Yeah.
Queues of people who are worrying whether they've got the right form.
Well, I'm going to Italy in 7 weeks. Oh, I wish it was 4. 7 weeks today. And with that, you've got to be vaccinated, you've got to have your certificates, and you've got to do a locator form as it currently stands. So, but again, you've got to keep checking. You've got to keep going back to the Foreign Office
And I tell you
website.
what, they say, you know, they'll accept your proof of vaccination or whatever on the app, on your phone. But you've been in a queue for an awful long time. You really get to worry about whether your phone's going to run out of battery power before you actually get to show them your thing. So print it off as well, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a good idea. OK, time for a look at the biggest sporting events this weekend. Aidan McGee, as always, joins us in the studio. Aidan, good to see you.
Good morning to you both. How are you?
Yeah, well, I'm all right. I think you must be tired because you were on Friday Night Feast last night.
I was, yeah. I really enjoyed it, actually. I thought about staying in a hotel locally, but I thought, no, I'll use the cab and get a few hours quality sleep in my own bed.
Yes,
back in today, but I love GBNews. I love being in here, so it's wonderful.
So how did our pot of seeds that we were talking about yesterday, how did it grow and how did it blossom? Because it's being interpreted as really good news for England.
Oh, yeah, it is good news. I mean, look, they've got
Can
this...
you explain why, though, in terms of, that I would understand?
Yeah, without doubt. Look, I mean, Iran, would you consider Iran to be a top World Cup football
I've
playing
never
nation?
heard that it is.
Right, well, they haven't played in the World Cup, I don't think, since 1998.
Right.
They have won their group, though. They've been quite dominant, so I don't think it's quite as easy as people say. They're playing not too far away from home either because they're playing in Qatar, so possibly used to the conditions.
Yeah.
USA...
The heat's a problem, isn't it?
Well, I don't know that it is because the stadiums are so new and so advanced that they'll be quite temperate in terms of the air conditioning and stuff like that. So I don't think they're not going to be playing in 45-degree heat or anything like that. But you never know. Various different variables can affect a team's performance.
Are they the first one we're going to play?
Yeah, we're playing Iran on
Iran's
November the
first one.
21st. Yeah, so that's the first game, and that's interesting because we're playing on the opening day of the World Cup for the first time since 1966. Could be an omen.
Really?
Yeah. Gareth Southgate was asked about it yesterday. He was unaware, of course.
Wow.
But USA is the other side. I mean, yeah, again, we don't think of USA as a superpower in football terms, but
they're good though, aren't they?
Well, they've got 5 players who play in the Champions League in Europe, including Christian Pulisic at Chelsea, so they're not going to be mugs. We played them in 2010 in the opening game, drew 1-1. We lost against them in 1954, famously, when USA were barely a dot on the footballing map at the time. They're a huge upset at the time, so we've not got a good record against them in competitive matches, so that won't be easy either. And then the third opponent is either going to be Scotland, Wales or Ukraine. I don't really see how Ukraine are necessarily going to play that playoff game against Scotland in June. I think a lot could happen between the next couple of months, but the issue is 18 of Ukraine's squad are home based. Some of them are fighting. So they've got to play warm-up games before June. They've even requested that they come to Wembley and play some of our club sides, Man United, Liverpool, Chelsea, etc. Difficult to organise because you can't expect them to go into a playoff against Scotland having not played for months and months.
No.
So the winner of that playoff then has to play against Wales. So there's a long way to go. It's a good job this World Cup's happening later in the year because it's the time to do this, but I don't see how Ukraine play that game. I think a lot could happen, and I think it could be a straight shootout between Scotland and Wales. You get Scotland and Wales in a tournament. England have got a good record against both of them, but as we saw last summer in the Euros, Scotland got a draw from Wembley. That's not going to be easy either. So I don't think it's a read-through. It was a group that you would have chosen, but this is the World Cup. Anything can happen. You do see big countries eliminated in early rounds. We've got one of the questions I think you're scheduled to ask me is about the group of, have we got a group of death? Well, intriguingly, Group D is the group of death. Rather fittingly, France, Denmark, Tunisia, and possibly Peru, Australia, or the United Arab Emirates. I remember back in Euro 2012, it was in the height of the Euro crisis, in the monetary crisis, and you had Spain, Italy, and the Republic of Ireland in the same group, and it was nicknamed, instead of the group of death, it was called the group of debt.
What do you mean by the group of death, though?
Group of death would be, so normally it's seeded, so you get strongest side, next strongest side based on their coefficients and their results over the last couple of years. But sometimes you might get a country which didn't perform well in qualifying, but you know is going to be strong at a tournament. So you can get, so for example, if you look at I think it's Group E, you've got Spain and Germany in the same group. That's presumably because one of them was quite weak in qualifying, but they don't want to face each other in the group stages. They don't mind facing each other in the final. You expect to face Spain there. It's no difference when you get to Wimbledon. You know, you get these players who look at the half of the draw and think, right, who am I going to play here, here and there? And I mean, they forget they've got to get past the first round first before they start looking at the semi-final. But Spain and Germany in the same group. Japan going to be tough as well. They can sometimes turn up to tournaments. And the other problem with this is there's so many playoffs outstanding that the actual groups are not completely preordained as they would be in previous tournaments, and because there's 32 teams, the quality gets a little bit diluted in the group stages. But nonetheless, it's still going to be a great event.
I wonder how many fans will be able to afford to go out and watch any of this.
I don't know. I've not seen the prices yet. I mean, there's not really a football community in Qatar. I've known people who worked out there for many years, and you know all this stuff from the chief coordinator yesterday about how it's a fanatical football country. Well, they play games over there sometimes. You'd be lucky if you get a man and a dog turning up. So it will be overseas fans. Now, you mentioned the heat early on for the players inside the stadium. They'll be quite temperate. It'll be measured. I don't think you can do that in the middle of the street. So you're going to see a lot of English blokes going out there with quite red faces, lobsters, struggling, not even able to get a beer in most places to kind of cool you down. That's the worry for me. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. We've had loads of concerns over previous World Cups. I was there in South Africa in 2010. There was so many worries about security. I mean, it was the safest World Cup I ever went to.
It went very well.
It went very well, yeah, it did. Do
you think Gareth Southgate's confident then? Yeah,
I mean, a group like that is a huge opportunity. This England side is possibly the best we've had, certainly. In terms of individuals, it's the best since 2006 when we had Beckham and Gerrard and Scholes and Rooney, all that lot, but they didn't perform. This lot are capable of performing. They've been to a World Cup semi-final 4 years ago. The final of the Euros last summer, which was outstanding.
They were very impressive.
They were, and they were very close to getting it. Italy, by the way, Italy didn't qualify for the World Cup. Italy beat us last summer. They didn't qualify for the World Cup before that for the first time in their history. They go and win the Euros at Wembley last summer, and they didn't qualify for this World Cup. It's astonishing, absolutely astonishing.
Does that mean they don't play at all? No. There's no such thing as a wild card. They don't get.
No. You don't get a free pass. I mean, they've won it 4 times. They're one of the most successful World Cup nations in history. But that's 2 World Cups in a row they've not qualified. But sandwiched in between was a win over the Euros against England.
It's a weird world sport, isn't it?
It is a weird world. Well, it just mirrors real life, doesn't it?
Technical question, just a quickie, so I can start to understand it as we talk more and more over it. So you've got how many groups at the moment?
Let me see. There are 32 teams, so that breaks down as 8 groups of 4, does it not?
8 groups of 4.
Yeah, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
And then the winner of each group then play in, what do we call those, quarterfinals or something?
No, it's the second phase.
That's the second. Oh.
So the winner of Group A might play the second place team in Group B. So the idea is that the incentive for finishing top of your group is that you'll play the second best team in the next group, which in theory would be weaker.
Should be a good win.
It doesn't always work like that, and it doesn't. That's the point.
You have successfully melted my brain this morning. Thank you very much.
Imagine how my brain feels.
No. Look, thank you very much. We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Sure, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, do stay with us. And next up on the show, we're going to be looking at today's papers with Ella Whelan and Pete Price.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London EC3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
Morning to you, 8:38, whether you're on the radio this morning listening to us or watching us on TV or on the app. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. A very good morning to you.
Yeah, and we have a warm welcome to anyone watching us new. We've been told that there are lots of new people watching today, so welcome. And we've got one, Andy. Hello, Andy. I gather you're a new viewer. He says, good morning, Stephen and Anne. I was told about your news channel last night. So I've dropped in this morning to check you out, and I'm not disappointed. Lively and current as well as entertaining, a rarity on news channels of late.
This is true.
I will not be going back to the other news channel as they look worn out and stale compared to your show. So from a sunny but very cold Chesterfield in Derbyshire, I wish you all the success. Isn't that
Very nice, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
I hope you will stay with us and come back.
Oh, no, I've got
morning.
another one. Tracy says, your channel is light-hearted and really entertaining, like Breakfast TV was 20 years ago. I absolutely love the controversial views, even if I don't agree with them. And it's so refreshing to watch uncensored news, which is a bit censored. It has to be, doesn't it? I feel free watching you. Thank you very much indeed. You're a delight to watch.
Yes, Tracy. And Diamond is a ray of sunshine and so professional and did you like to watch? What about me?
And you're...
What about me,
understood.
Tracy?
You're understood.
Come on, Tracy.
Sorry. Yeah, all right, let's have a bit of support.
Yeah, yes, please. Yes, please. I get very jealous. Everyone loves Anne. Of course they do.
I really don't. Really don't.
All right, let's have a look at the papers for this morning with Pete Price and Eloise. Good morning, both.
Good morning, both.
Pete, you've got a couple of holiday chaos stories to kick us off with.
I have indeed. Let's cheer it up by making it more holiday. So there we are. We're
very nice.
holiday mode. You can't see them now because the writing is...
No, they're there.
Right, I've got two stories. In the Mirror, we've got Brits in a rush for bargain holidays and airport braces for surge of people at Easter breaks travelling free from the COVID restrictions. It's chaos. It's already chaos. That lovely lady at the end will tell you she had a 4-hour delay in Dublin. A friend of mine has had a 4-hour delay in Manchester Airport. Liverpool's doing all right. Liverpool's doing great as an airport, but it is chaos. I tried to book a holiday for October and I was all day trying to get through. It is absolute chaos. So I went to see them. I use the same travel agents all the time. And I went to see them and said, Peter, we have never, ever had anything like it in our lives. So anyone going away at Easter, which I am,
choose your moment, I think.
Yeah, absolutely choose your moment, or smile gently at them and see if you
and
get
make
through.
sure you've done all your paperwork. The only trouble is the people in all the, the queue ahead of you are equally, completely confused about the right paperwork and all the things.
And we still don't know what paperwork to use either, because every day it's changing.
But I tell you what, let's look on the bright side of it, which is it's good news for the travel industry, good news for your travel agents and the hotels and everybody else, which means that those ticket prices that did go up might start to come down again and all that sort of thing. So we should be positive about that.
But please, airlines at airports, please can you put more people on the desks? You stand there in a long queue that's taking forever to process, and there are so many empty desks either side, and there are always lots of young men and women walking around with walkie-talkies, and you think, could you just... and they just whiz past you, and you wonder what their jobs are. I think it's just to walk around with walkie-talkies. You just want them to sit at the desk and help process.
And to the people in security, please, people in security, jobs worth, be nice to us. We're paying you wages. Don't be rude.
Be nice to the pensioners. Be nice to the pensioners.
I was trying not to mention my age this time.
Go on, Ella, get a word.
No, I was only going to say that you're right, Stephen, to check us and say it's a good thing that people are back up. But I have to say, in the first hour, I know Dublin Airport at the back of my hand, I'd never think to wait for hours there or need to wait for hours there. The first hour in the security crew, I thought, this is lovely, there's families here, look, this is very jolly. Oh, I've been moaning about not getting back to normal. By the third, I wanted to kill everyone in the queue. So, and when you got to the security desk, they only had 4 open out of 15. So there's something going on in terms of preparation. And, you know, if we are returning to real life, then the airports and they've got to be and the airlines get the capacity for us to be able to enjoy it.
Yeah. We're looking at things in a sort of slightly shorter but sweeter way today, something a little bit different. This one caught my eye, Ella. It's in The Guardian. It's about beard shaming.
Yeah.
Because I can't grow a proper beard.
And you don't want to.
Well, I always wanted a beard, and now that it's the best, it's the best it will ever be now. Shut up, Pete.
You said that so camply.
It's the best it can ever be now, but of course it's white now, which I don't want.
Well, it's funny. I was thinking it's a generational thing because I've never seen my father with a beard, and it's now beards are all the rage, and the Guardian. Well, it's a kind of a hipster thing. The Guardian Ireland, the police force in Ireland, have sent round an internal memo to their staff to tell them to stop growing these kind of patchy, scraggly beards. And for God's sake, if you can't grow one, just shave it off. And there's something, it's very rare. My husband won't clean shave, and he refuses to.
Really?
And I think there's some kind of generational aspect to it, which I love a clean-shaven man.
I chucked somebody who had a beard, and the day I chucked him was when he tried to eat a bowl of soup, and I went, I can't live with you.
No.
I am sorry, and it's tomato, and you've got ginger hair. It was awful.
Well, they are incredibly unhygienic. I mean, when they get to that level.
I know. I apologise to anyone at the moment who's watching or listening who's got a beard, but you have to be extra hygienic if you've got a beard. I was sent on a blind date once with somebody who I was told would make a perfect husband for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And we went out for dinner, and he spat every course he spat at me, and most of it ended up in the beard. I just thought, honestly, that put me off. I just wanted to get out.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But I sort of think a nice trim beard, full but trim. You know what I mean? Can be quite.
Well, I used to have a moustache.
Yeah.
And then I did panto with the twins out of Neighbours from years ago when they were big stars, and she said, "You have to kiss me, but you're not kissing me with that." And I shaved it off after having it for years and years and years, and had to sleep with my blanket over my top lip because it was freezing.
Oh yeah. Loving it. Well, there you go.
No, I don't want to insult anyone who's got a beard or a moustache, but it's down to it's a choice, isn't it?
I would quite like, just because it's quite it's just masculine, isn't it?
You're fine. You don't have to worry about that, honestly.
Oh.
Can you reassure him, please?
I'm really behaving myself here today, but you're giving me all these lines.
No, don't you dare, Pete.
No.
Don't you dare. But no, it is the problem now that I'm just white.
Yeah, well,
Can you imagine how white I am?
Oh.
At my age.
Dread to think.
I know.
The silver fox thing, that's also very in trend.
It is.
Yeah.
But once upon a time on telly, it used to be, men were told, you
don't have a beard.
You couldn't be bearded on television, could you?
No.
And you see lots of them now.
You do, but I think that's because a lot of people, a lot of Asian presenters and reporters and things were saying, well, I want a beard because it's culturally what I want to do.
Yeah.
And so it's been allowed a bit more.
And you can look very handsome. I just don't know whether I'd want to kiss anyone with a beard.
It's horrible.
Well, it's the rash. If you ever come into work with a big rash, Anne...
Yeah.
We'll know you've been trying it out.
It's the rash.
Well, there you go.
I didn't think we'd ever talk about something like this on telly, did you?
No.
It does go down, though, when I'm here.
It is funny that it's usually when you're here.
Yeah, it is. Well, look, thankfully, we're kicking you both off now.
Yeah.
But Ella Whelan, Pete Price, as always, it's been a joy. Thank you very much indeed.
And as ever, we always say keep your views coming in. But particularly, we want to hear from you if you're one of our new viewers. It's great to have new viewers watching today. So let us know what you are, who you are, where you're watching from and stuff like that, please. Yeah. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Yeah, and don't believe what all the people say on Twitter. Our viewers are actually going up every week.
They are.
So there you go.
And they're particularly vocal because they let us know. You see, that's what's lovely about it.
Yeah. Now, to serious matters, because today, it's hard to believe, actually, if you're of a certain age, today is the 40th anniversary of the start of the Falklands War between Argentina and the UK.
Can't believe it. I was actually on air on local programming in Birmingham. On the 2nd of April 1982, Argentine forces invaded the British overseas territory, which, frankly, most of us had never heard of before, the Falkland Islands.
Well, Anna Riley has spoken to a Falklands veteran who's now promoting a charity single to try to raise money for the Falklands Veterans Association.
It's 4 decades since the Falklands War began. The conflict raged on for 74 days and, after intense fighting, Argentine forces surrendered on June the 14th, 1982. Huge losses were incurred. 255 British military personnel, 3 Falkland Islanders and 649 Argentine military personnel died. Sean Lloyd served as a chef in the Royal Navy and worked on HMS Endurance when the Falklands War broke out. He survived, but the fighting left an emotional impact on him.
When we had Margaret Thatcher, there didn't appear to be any doubt at all that the mission would be successful, and it was a relief to everybody that it was a success, because it was a close call. There was a number of ships sunk and a lot of damaged ships. It's one of those things where it's surreal, because when you're on a ship and it's the sea, there's something very calming about the sea, but then at the same time there's a lot of activity going on. Now, when the task force came down, we'd done our little bit at the very beginning of it, but then obviously when the carriers come down and some of the other destroyers and stuff, we kind of like took a bit of a back step, but it was a close call, because Santa Fe submarine very nearly could have sunk HMS Endurance, and I could have been a casualty myself.
With the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, Sean believes it's important now, more than ever, to learn from the lessons of war.
The sad thing with the human condition is that man makes the same mistakes, and if you don't learn from those mistakes and trying to put the lid on it and basically have tolerance and respect for others, you find yourself in conflict.
Sean's promoting a charity single to raise funds for the Falklands Veterans Association, who provide visits to Liberty Lodge, a place for veterans and families of those killed in action to stay at.
40 years on, and there's veterans still wishing to go to the Falkland Islands just to lay their own ghost to rest. There's many of the 30,000 task force members that actually still suffer with PTSD today. And if we can play just a small part in helping them come to peace with what they did 40 years ago, then I think we've achieved our aim.
Memories of You by Carly Williams is now available to download on Spotify, and all proceeds will go to charity. Anna Riley, GB News, Leeds.
Well, pipers are being asked to play in a national commemoration on June the 18th. That's when the 40 years since the Falklands War ended, to remember those who were killed and wounded in the 74-day conflict. Well, let's talk to someone who was there, Defence Editor at the Evening Standard, Robert Fox, who's here. Good to see you, Robert.
And your name is woven in the tapestry, in the history of the Falkland Islands, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's interesting.
Well, we were talking earlier about where we were 40 years ago today. I was on in local news in Birmingham. Never heard of the Falklands before. We all had to look it up. You were at school.
I was at school.
Yeah. Where were you, Robert?
I think I was at home, but I came into the BBC and there was a very pompous defence correspondent, and I won't name him, who said, oh, yes, we sort of think we've got something under control, and they may say send something or other. But it wasn't even decided then whether they were going to send the task force. One of the things that is actually, from a news point of view, is still very alive, how much people knew, how much the Foreign Office knew, and how much it concealed. Because in the Franks report, which came out in 83, the year after, said, exonerated the government, but there were great pages redacted of the intelligence beforehand.
But isn't that why John Knott resigned?
No, John Knott stayed. It was Humphrey Atkins and, above all, Peter Carrington.
Peter Carrington, that's Lord Carrington.
The hero, to name the dead, is Captain Nick Barker of Endurance, who was saying, look, something is up, something is really up here, you know, sailing around with Endurance, having continuous difficulties with the Argentines. And when the Argentines went in a fortnight before in South Georgia, he more or less said that this is it. but there was a lot of sort of pursing lips in Whitehall. There are still people who were in Whitehall that day who believe we shouldn't have done it.
We shouldn't have sent a task force
at all.
I mean, which is remarkable in a sense, isn't it? Because, I mean, you know, from these overseas territories, I mean, I've never been to the Falklands, but I'm in Gibraltar quite a lot.
Have you been on Exmoor and Dartmoor and a bit of Ben Nevis?
But
You've got the sketch.
It's about how patriotic these people, how very British these overseas territories are, how passionate they are about being connected to
I think the point was a point of principle. It was a British national territory. And the other thing that the naysayers and say it gave Britain an impression about its military prowess above its station, which is also what I've encountered with Whitehall warriors from that time. But also the soft left said that, of course, it was fine to be taken over by a really bad boy regime like that of Galtieri. I still can't compute that in my head, albeit we had to get into bed with a really equally rather unpleasant one with Pinochet and Chile.
We did, though, send out that task force. You were embedded, were you, with them?
I was an accredited correspondent. I was a WC, a war correspondent.
Wait, how did you get out there?
I got out there on the Canberra.
On the Canberra.
And how did I get on the islands? I went out of a rubbish skip called a small landing craft utility. And by a toenail, I think I was the first journo ashore with 2 para at the bottom end of San Carlos on the 21st of May.
Yeah.
And what was that experience like? Because, I mean, I know from people I know, friends I have who were fighting in the Falklands, that actually it's when you talk to them and you get the reality of what actually happened and losing their friends and comrades and all the rest of it, which is just horrific.
Well, in a way, compared to what's going on in Ukraine right now, and the kind of test that the journalists who are brilliant are going under, it seems quite small. But you've got the point. It was incredibly intense. Big moments, and it was incredibly intimate. You had all this patriotism and stuff, but actually with the Paras and Marines, whom I was with most of the time, it was just getting on with the business. And when the first battle I got involved in, was right in the middle of, was at Goose Green.
Yeah.
And it was about the size of about 1.5 2 municipal golf courses. And there were about, we thought, talking to the second in command who took over command from H. Jones, Chris Keeble, we thought there were only about 400-500 maximum involved all told. And as the thing unfolded, it was quite clear there were 1,000 plus on the other side. There were only 450 of the paras, two para. And the revelation was that 120 or so islanders, contrary to what the SAS had told us, they said nobody was in the settlement, were banged up and were hostages right in the middle of it. And if the Brits had gone on shelling for a second day as they moved into the settlement, we could have had a really horrific outcome. Yeah.
OK, look, Robert, we've got to leave it there timing-wise, but it's really good to talk.
Oh, it really is amazing.
Thank you.
40 years on, can you believe it?
Oh, well, do stay with us here on Breakfast. We've got a very good hour planned for you coming up next. We've got all the latest developments in that infamous Oscars slap story, plus, of course, the latest on the situation in Ukraine and reflecting more on that 40 years since the Falklands War began.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine, thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. These showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see 1 or 2 more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though. Once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe one or two isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
Households are being warned to brace for another huge rise in energy bills as the cost of living squeeze continues to bite.
Very good morning to you. It is 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of April. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And there's a very special hello to new viewers in Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Warrington, Glasgow, Folkestone, Bristol, Lincoln, Conway, Derry, Dundee and the Orkney Islands. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Yes, we've got all this magical stuff that tells us where the new viewers are watching from this morning. And there's loads of you popping up across the whole of the UK where you can watch us or listen to us, of course, because we're on your DAB radio as well.
Yeah, and we'd love to hear from you. Tell us who you are, why you've changed over from another channel maybe, why you're watching, what you like and what you don't like. We'd love to hear from you. It's good to be in touch with you.
Certainly is. Coming up for you today, households are being warned to brace for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October, potentially setting you back another £629. This as demonstrations will be held today over the cost of living crisis. So, should the government do more?
Motion denied. A US judge upholds Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking conviction, despite the fact that a juror made false statements. We'll bring you the latest.
Fallout from that slap. Will Smith quits the Academy after hitting comedian Chris Rock on stage during the ceremony this week.
What do you think of that? We've had lots of views on that. You can join in any of our discussions today by emailing gbviews@gbnewsuk.uk rather.
Yeah. Or you can tweet us. It might be easier.
Forgot the dot.
GBNews. Let's kick off with Will Smith, should we? Because it's caused, we've got so many views about it. It's caused such controversy. He has now resigned from the Oscars Academy after slapping Chris Rock on stage during this week's event.
Yeah, he released a statement overnight. He said he had betrayed the trust of the Academy and that his actions were inexcusable. The Academy has accepted his immediate resignation from the organisation, but they say they will continue to move forward with disciplinary proceedings against him.
So what does all this mean? Time to talk to an expert. Our Showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci is here. Morning, Stephanie.
Morning.
Look,
Stephen and Anne.
How significant is this? Because most of us don't really know what the Academy is.
Yeah. So the Academy is like the creme de la creme of Hollywood. Like most actors or anyone who works in any production towards films wants to be a part of this elitist club, as I would like to describe it, because basically it gives people access to attend the Oscars. It gives them the power to vote which films, which actors, which productions will be put forward for the actual ceremony itself. And it also allows you to be nominated. So now that Will Smith has done this, we will never see Will Smith at an Oscar again. So it's quite significant for his career. It means that what we saw him pick up last week as the best actor will be his first and last Oscar. And it means potentially any films that he's in that could potentially be put up for an Oscar nominated, it might just have a little black X towards it because of how he's handled this situation.
Well, he'll no longer be a popular choice.
No, he wasn't. And it's really sad for him to put almost 3 decades of hard work and being loved by across all genres, all kind of people, for him to just destroy it with one, incident, one slap, a violent slap.
He'll want to hang on to that Oscar, won't he?
He will, but to be honest, I think that Oscar now is going to lose its credibility. It's going to lose its credibility now because it's not going to be an Oscar of achievement. When he looks at Oscar now, he's going to think of the moments that happened before it and how the world sees it. And, that was supposed to be an Oscar to represent also the Serena and Venus and their family, and that moment has also been spoiled for them.
It's interesting how, someone messaged in earlier and said, well, it was good for the viewing figures, but it's taken the shine off a lot of things. Manuela's been in touch. Morning, Manuela. Says it's really sad the punch-up has taken all the attention away from other Oscar winners. Coda Best Picture. Samuel L. Jackson won his first Oscar.
I think this is...
Gosh, I didn't even know that.
No, I didn't realise that.
It's so sad, and also Will put that in his statement that what he did has overshadowed everyone's big night. Like Troy Kotsur, he was the first deaf actor to win an Oscar. That is monumental. Yeah. Again, that's been overshadowed. Samuel L. Jackson winning his first Oscar, being presented by Denzel Washington on stage, totally overshadowed. And, for a while, the Oscar viewings have been dwindling, So this, all of a sudden, this slap has made it be the most talked about thing in Hollywood and in the world. But it's a shame there are actors who have worked really hard, especially during the pandemic, to provide us good movies. And
I wonder, the organisers of the Golden Globes and BAFTA, are they going to issue invitations to Will Smith anymore?
I doubt it. I think he will, because he will overshadow it. Usually the Smiths are a well-loved family. Obviously, they've got their controversies, but in general, people love them. And it's going to have to be a lot of PR damage control that's going to have to happen over the next few months and maybe years for Will Smith.
It's odd that over the last couple of years, there's been all this controversy over the marriage and sort of her having an affair, but it being an open marriage and all this sort of hoo-ha. Is it... are we seeing the sort of Smith dynasty fall apart now?
I think we are, because we're seeing actually it's quite toxic. I don't like to say that about anyone's family, but how he reacted, I think that was a build-up of all these events which has been happening over the past year or two. And obviously his wife is sick as well. So behind closed doors, we don't know what must be going on with that family. They've got a young family as well who are also in the limelight, who are, you know, the products of their parents' open marriage. And so there must be a lot going for the Smith household. I think we need to watch out for that marriage, because I personally don't think it's going to go the distance. I know they've said they're sticking together till the end, but, you know, when Will really it sets in and he realises his career could be in the dumps,
and they're going to be mobbed by the press, and they're going to be asked really pertinent questions, rather intrusive questions, aren't they?
Definitely.
And that's not going to make life easy for them.
And it's, you know, I think the big question as well is how are the Oscars going to move forward? Because already we've been, you know, this season, for the award season, we've been criticising them for being too woke. And now I feel like comedians are going to feel like they can't say anything at these award shows anymore. So next year we're probably going to be having a lot of subdued affairs when it comes to these award shows.
There's a lot of talk about the influence. You know, does it really matter? You know, they're show busy, and you know, is there an influence? I tell you, the one thing that struck me was the tweet from their son, Jaden.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
This is how you do it. Well, I mean, that to me, is almost the worst thing. I mean, how old is he? In his early 20s or something, and he's saying, right, if you don't like something, you go and hit them.
Well, to be honest, I think they thought at the time that this wasn't going to be as big as it's become, but I can imagine now for the family, they've settled in and they've realised, actually, no, what has happened is quite big, and it will change the course of our family, because it will be like a domino effect. It will affect Jada and it will affect the children as well. Yeah. And what kind of parts they get and how they are viewed in the industry. But, you know, at no point should any award show condone violence. So, guys, the next big step will be on April 18th, when the board members will actually announce what will happen to Will Smith.
Right, well, we shall watch that very carefully. Stephanie Fennell, thank you. I know you're back about 1:45. I look forward to that. Thank you.
I wonder if he can retrieve his formerly, you know, nice, cuddly image. I wonder if he can retrieve it by doing something or saying the right thing. I don't know.
I don't know. No, it's interesting, because often when celebrities do that sort of PR exercise and trying to look good again, it's so obvious what they're doing. Did we fall for it? I don't know that we do. Loads of you getting in touch about that, but also about the cost of living and how to cope with a cold and all that sort of thing. Sandra has said, morning, Sandra. I'm a really cold old morsel, says Sandra. Oh. So I have a snug duvet, and on cold nights I put my dressing gown on top of it. During the day, once dressing at home, I wear my dressing gown but call it my house coat.
Actually, ladies always used to have house coats, didn't they? Yeah. That was a way of staying warm as well, wearing a coat indoors, basically.
Yeah. Oh, is that what we've come back to? It is like going back to the 70s, isn't it?
But maybe we've been complacent for too long, and maybe we just need to invest in warm underclothing, I say.
Yeah, Dave's...
Sorry, I don't mean to sound trivial, but maybe we've all got to rethink pyjamas in bed, all that rest of it.
Yeah, we're heading in that direction, I think. Dave says, the government keeps telling us how short of money we are and we must tighten our belts, and yet we're sending hundreds of millions of pounds to Ukraine in the form of arms and aid.
It's a world crisis, though, isn't it, what's happening in Ukraine? And it is indeed a global crisis, because it's involving so many countries and potentially could involve so many more.
Yeah,
and the dangerous ones.
This is the thing. I mean, things that I don't know. Brandon Lewis earlier on was talking about visiting the NLAWS factory, which is like the shoulder-launched anti-tank missiles. I don't know how much they cost, but we've also sent over, I think, our whole supply of javelins, which are much bigger and armour-piercing. They're £85,000 a round.
Wow.
So they're a one-fire project. So you fire it, that's 85 grand gone.
Gosh.
What arms are very expensive.
Yes, always have been.
But what do you do?
Well, governments always have to balance that, don't they? They have to. We've always had to have these policies, defence policies and arms policies, clearly. But also, as a government, you have to look after your own, don't you? Your own citizens, and keep them warm and in food. And as Michael Wilson was saying 4 hours ago on this programme, it's the definition of poverty. We talk about people being in domestic poverty at the moment. And that changes from view to view, doesn't it? What is one person's view of poverty? Is it not having a mobile phone? Is it not being able to have the central heating on? Is it not being able to have enough tea to give the kids tonight?
Well, relative poverty is a term.
It's changed, hasn't it, over
I think
decades?
one of the definitions of relative poverty for children is that they don't have, like, sort of named trainers. And and things.
That can't be poverty.
Which I never did as a kid. No. Never did anything like that as a kid. But times change and things change. You have to evolve it. But I think we are taking certainly a step backwards at the moment. But let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
And talking of the Ukraine, frustration is growing from British sponsors of Ukrainian refugees over how long it's taking to process visa applications under the Homes for Ukraine scheme.
Now, one woman in Cambridge who's opening her home to a Ukrainian woman who's a friend has gone on hunger strike over the issue. Our East of England reporter Amelia Harper is with her now. Morning, Amelia.
Morning to both.
Good morning. Well, welcome to Cambridge and welcome to the channel Rend Platings. Now, Rend is going, as you said, on hunger strike over the fact that there are huge delays to the government visa scheme. We're actually standing outside her house, which she's painted in the Ukrainian flag colours. So, welcome, Rend. It's been over 24 hours now since you last ate. How are you feeling? Briefly, what was the last thing that you actually ate?
Well, the last thing I ate was a chicken Penang, and I had a glass of wine with it, and it was nice. And that was it. I called it a day after that.
A glass of wine, lovely. So look, how is this visa scheme going for you? Because you are sponsoring a woman to come over here from Ukraine, Ukrainian refugee. What are the delays like? What conversations have you had with her?
I just want to say this girl, Christina, she's my best friend. And I just love her a lot. And she's now in Ukraine, so that's a lot of danger that she's in. She fled her city in Kiev and her family there, and she's just waiting now on the visa in the country in Ukraine. And I just really hope we can get it to her as quickly as possible.
How long has it taken so far?
So we applied as soon as the visa application opened. It seems a little bit random, actually. Some people are getting given visas quite quickly. Some people are not hearing anything. I think there's a huge backlog. But what's a real shame is that people have been so generous. Over 200,000 people have signed up, and that goes to show just how people are feeling about this. But the government really needs to put its actions behind where its rhetoric is.
Well, I've been speaking to a number of sponsors of refugees, and they have been saying some people have been waiting nearly 2 weeks now. The government says they have actually granted 4,700 visas from 32,000 applications from the sponsorship scheme. Briefly, Rend, how long are you going to be doing this for?
I'm going to do this until we see real evidence of traction in terms of the government's actions on these visas. Are they going to be issued quickly, or are people going to have to wait a long time? I just want them to be getting behind the generosity that's been extended by the British public on this so far.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So you could potentially be doing this for a number of days.
Please don't tell me
We
that.
don't know. Maybe. Possibly. Well, the government says... Hopefully not. Well, the government...
Hopefully I'll be able to have dinner tonight, because they'll say no visas before dinner.
Well, we hope so. Well, the government says they are going to continue to try to speed up the process. The Ukraine family scheme has been a lot quicker than the sponsorship scheme, but for people like Rend here, it's not quite quick enough.
Much indeed. Yes. Well, let's hope something does happen quickly so that she can have some food.
Yeah.
We've been talking this morning about the fact that we know, just through computer gizmos, that there are a lot more people watching this morning from various different areas of the country. So all I'd like to say, both of us like to say, is welcome.
Yeah.
It's lovely to have you watching us. We'd love to know who you are. Quite a few people getting in touch. Jeremy says, good morning, Stephen. Good to see that you are clearly enjoying your new role at GB News.
Yes.
A new lease of life, which I hope is as rewarding as you make it appear.
Oh, thank you.
A far better match, it goes on. A far better match, an environment for your talent and personality, in my humble opinion. Fab tan, Anne, and welcome back.
Yeah, that's about right. Well done, Jeremy. It's about time someone said something nice about me.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Actually, there's a real point to that. A lot of people have said to me, wow, you seem so much different now.
Oh,
so
that's nice.
I am having a great time.
A whale of a time.
It's a lovely team. It's a lovely place. It's nice that we don't feel quite so shackled. And we have a good time, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, well, no, absolutely. Loving it.
So it's lovely.
Yeah.
I've got to say, actually, because I was just thinking, tweeting me directly is not the best way to get hold of us, because I don't look at them very often. Dave Cuff is watching in Devon. Morning to you. Tony Smith's in Nottingham with Anne. Her cat was beautiful. Pamela Hughes is watching us from her sick bed. Hope you get better soon, Pamela. From Walney Island, which is just off Barrow. in fairness.
Oh, right.
There's little, my auntie and my uncle, but their brother and sister, both live not together on Walney.
Get it right.
There you go. It's good. Well, I'm always on Walney.
And Richard says, absolutely love the show. We've been watching you for quite a few months now, and we find it so refreshing after all the other boring options. Oh. However, we have to dispute your comment, Anne, about guaranteed sunshine in Spain.
Oh, yes.
We returned from a 10-day break in Spain last Saturday, where we had torrential rain, gale-force winds the entire time, with maximum temperatures around 12 centigrade. Yeah. The UK, meanwhile, was basking in record sunny weather, which we were reminded about constantly on GB News.
Yes. I wonder, Richard, if you were on the Costa Blanca, because you were saying that, my parents are out there, and it's been horrible for a month.
Yeah,
really
it's
bad
very changeable. I was in Cadiz, Cadiz 2 days ago, and it was beautiful, beautiful sunshine, absolutely gorgeous. And but they all said it hasn't been like this for the last few days. You're very lucky.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh, is that on your way back from the Caribbean?
That was on my way back from the Caribbean. I came across the Atlantic, which was the first time I've ever done that on a ship.
Yeah,
7 days at sea.
So it sounds romantic.
It was a bit like being on the Orient Express. You were sort of like in another world. It was fantastic.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah.
Next time, can I come?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I need to hear. Thank you. And stay with us here on GB News. Don't forget to keep your views coming through, but we've got plenty more to come for you, including more on that big squeeze on the cost of living, which is only going to get worse.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine, thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. The showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see 1 or 2 more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though. Once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe 1 or 2 isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London EC3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
It is 9:22. Very good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio. Come on, Anne.
He's laughing at me because I'm having trouble with the tech this morning.
Yes, having a bit of tech issue.
Yeah, but anyway, you're very welcome back, and we'll try and make sense.
You're very welcome back.
Yeah.
We've done that bit.
Well, we have done that bit. I'm so sorry about this, but tech sometimes. Just as soon as I get to grips with the tech here, while I was away, they changed it. Yeah,
we did. Yeah, I'll take it. We've got a little thing on the desk that we have to fiddle about with all the time, which keeps us on our toes.
Yeah. I'm not even on my toes yet, but anyway, trying to keep on them. Meanwhile, of course, we're talking about the cost of living all morning and the fact that we're having to brace ourselves now for another huge rise in energy bills when the next cap takes effect in October.
Yeah, the energy consultancy Cornwall Insight expects the next price cap to result in the average tariff jumping up to nearly £2,600.
And this comes because demonstrations are going to be across the country today over the intensifying cost of living crisis. So we're going to be talking about it even more. Jonathan Davis is an economist and wealth advisor and joins us now. A very good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Anne.
I must say, there you are being a wealth advisor. Not many people are feeling so wealthy at the moment. What would you do, or what would you advise the government, if you could, to do something to help everybody feel as though at least we're being helped?
I would do a 180-degree reverse on the policies that they've had for the last 10 plus years, and indeed reaffirmed in my original hometown of Glasgow last year. Where they said they were going to be even more anti-oil and gas than they had been in the last 10 years. Well, it's absolutely ridiculous. They've stopped oil and gas companies from...
It's the tech, didn't I?
It is the tech.
Maybe it's not just me, it's the tech this morning.
Not put enough money in the meter.
Yeah.
I think on that one.
We'll try and get him back.
I mean, it's interesting because obviously, the whole green agenda, and a lot of people are saying, oh, we shouldn't be going, for sort of zero carbon, and we shouldn't be pushing the green agenda. I don't know if that's necessarily right. Let's see if we can we talk to him again. Jonathan's there. And we're just saying, Jonathan, as you were cut off there, but this is part of the problem, the green agenda. I mean, because it's not wrong to pursue a green agenda and a renewable. I mean, that's just plain common sense. But have we just tried to push it too quickly?
Stephen, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but it's entirely wrong to pursue a green agenda. There is no climate change. It is a fallacy that there is climate change, and it's an even bigger fallacy that it's man-made, because there is no climate change at all. It simply is not true. So never mind all that, the pure economics, the pure physics of it all. 83% of global energy comes from fossil fuels. It's remarkable that people, particularly in the media, have accepted the nonsense that we can move to renewables, to solar and wind and so on, without decades and trillions of pounds invested to build the infrastructure before we move away from fossil fuels. And that has not happened.
It is generally accepted by nearly everybody nowadays that climate change is upon us and that a great deal of it is man-made. And I accept I accept that you have your view, and there will be people watching at the moment who will agree with you. But even given what you've said there, we are where we are today, and we need to do something to help people in the short term, don't we? What would you do in the short term? You can't go back 10 years and say things would have been different. We are dealing with today. So how would you deal with the problem now?
I would be immediately allowing oil and gas companies to find and produce oil and gas. I would be immediately signing off on nuclear power plants. Now, okay, it takes 10 or 15 years for a nuclear power plant to get going, but do it immediately. Don't wait another 5 years. And with the oil and gas, release the oil and gas companies to produce oil and gas ad infinitum, fracking right throughout the UK, wherever they can find. The amount of gas in the UK under the ground will keep us going for a century or more, and yet we're not allowed to open it up.
I think we better leave it there, Jonathan. But your views today here on GB News will have inflamed some, and others, as I said, may well be agreeing with you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. That's Jonathan Davis there, who's an economist and, as I said, a wealth advisor. Les has written in and said, Rishi should remove the 20% green energy level imposed on bill payers for the ridiculous green policies which are being imposed and not agreed by most. Ward earlier emailed in, thanks Ward. It just shows the level of consternation, really, about the green levy and things like that. Ward says, it annoys me when people say that we, the public, have to pay back the cost of the overreaction to the pandemic. Was it the public that allowed billions of pounds in fraud? Was it the public that ordered billions of pounds worth of PPE that wasn't fit for purpose? No, we sat at home whilst they partied.
I sort of think we do need to claw back some of that furlough money that was not legitimately taken, and that there should be investigations into that. Deborah is looking at what can... Unfortunately, Jonathan never got on to sort of talking about what we can all do. Deborah says, my direct debit has gone from £180 to £260. They now want me to increase it to £360, which I've ignored. I'm lucky that I'm still working, but I despair for people who are struggling. This government's increasingly out of touch, says Deborah, and don't seem to care.
Maria says, I tried reasoning with my energy provider when they wanted to raise my debit order raise it by £60 a month. I spoke to 3 people and explained my situation, being a pensioner on benefits, and also that I would be receiving the normal winter warmth allowance and the pensioner's £200. They totally ignored this fact, although for the 8 years I've been with them, they previously did take it into consideration.
Yeah. Alison has moved from Peterborough to Cornwall last year. In Peterborough, they were paying 14 point something per kilowatt hour, and it's now 28 point something. So she says that's not a 54% increase. No, it's not. It's 100% increase, isn't it? It's criminal. And now they say there's more to come in October, just as winter's starting. This can't be right.
No, harsh times ahead. But sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say it's that whole situation of saying, well, what actually can we do to help people right now? And I just don't know. There doesn't seem to be an answer that we can say, apart from us just saying we have to cut back. And
when you talk to government ministers about it, and we had on a very good and reliable minister on early, Brandon Lewis, who said, when we asked him, what can the government do to actually help? Because it's all very well saying the government has, and that's what he did. He said the government has invested this and the government's done that, but it's not the practical help that individual people feel they need and deserve at the moment.
Is there such a thing?
Yeah, maybe not. Well, I don't know. But do let us know, because we're interested in your views. Do stay with us as well, because we're going to be looking back, because today is the 40th anniversary of the Falklands War starting. Can you believe? Where were you? What were you doing when you heard?
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children, and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.
It's 9:32, just for a couple more seconds. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio.
In fact, right now it's 9:33. And it's interesting because it's April the 2nd, and today actually marks the 40th anniversary of the Falklands War between Argentina and the UK.
Yeah, on the 2nd of April 1982, Argentine forces invaded the British overseas territory of the Falklands Islands.
Yeah, and we were all trying to think where we were when we heard. And I was saying, even as a working journalist at the time, I'd never heard of the Falkland Islands. And somebody got in touch a while ago and said, just a few minutes ago, and
Michelle.
said, that's right. She said, I remember the Falklands War. I was at secondary school at the time, and the question from the geography teacher was, does anyone know where the Falkland Islands are? She said Scotland was the most common answer.
Yeah, understandably so. Well,
Not further away, though.
Yeah, someone who did know where they were and what was going on was General Lord Richard Dannett, former Chief of the General Staff, former head of the British Army. Really good to see you this morning, as always. It seems, we're all saying here, it seems remarkable that this was 4 decades ago now.
Well, you're absolutely right. But just getting back to your earlier conversation, in 1982, I was a student at the Army Staff College at Camberley, and someone came into our syndicate discussion room and said the Argentinians have invaded the Falklands. And we all said to each other, where are the Falklands? So we sent someone off to the library to get an atlas, because I'm afraid there was a view. They were off Scotland. But of course, as we all realised, it was 8,000 miles down there in the South Atlantic. And that kicked off that day, that extraordinary adventure, which sadly led to the loss of 255 British servicemen. But the recovery of the Falkland Islands by the British Armed Forces, quite fantastic feat of military achievement.
And that word fantastic is how I think we all felt at the time. Fearful, I suppose, of what we might find when we got there. But it was a fantastic move to send out this enormous task force all that way. We heard, for the first time we ever heard military terms that you obviously must have known about, like yomping. We'd never heard of the word yomping before. And that's what our troops had to do, landing at one end of the island and yomping until they got there, which was pretty brutal. It was an extraordinary feat, wasn't it?
Well, Royal Marines yomp and paratroopers tab. And they yomped and tabbed their way from San Carlos, where they landed, ultimately all the way through many very gritty battles, till eventually they got to Port Stanley on the 14th of June, and the Argentinians surrendered. Quite an extraordinary set of circumstances. Just a little vignette on the surrender. The General Menendez, who was the Argentinian commander, his military assistant, Lieutenant Colonel, had been at the British Army Staff College the year before. And when he was captured, the officer who captured him, they had a conversation, and the Argentinian officer said, I wish I'd paid more attention last year at Camberley to the general war lessons. Quite extraordinary that we found ourselves fighting the Argentinians, when our armed forces actually had been pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's that awful thing about any sort of conflict, though, isn't it? Where, you know, we won. It was something to celebrate. And yet, as you said, we lost 255 lives in 74 days, not to mention all those who were injured, and some of them horrifically, as we know. I mean, there was a big cost to this.
A huge cost. I mean, you're absolutely right. Those physically injured, and tragically, as is always the case, most sadly, those who are mentally injured. And it is a well-established fact now that more than 255 British servicemen have taken their own lives in the 40 years since the end of that conflict. Suicide is an epidemic of our time, particularly amongst young men, both in the civilian world and in the military world. But it is a very sobering thought that too many of the young people that survived that war in the Falklands, for whatever reason, have felt it necessary to take their own lives subsequently. That's another tragedy, compounding the tragedy of the 255 who lost their lives in combat.
And are we learning the lessons of that?
Well, we are. Undoubtedly, more recent experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan have led us to understand much more the importance of mental health and mental health provision. I think the Armed Forces, the Ministry of Defence, the NHS and the military charities are doing much better than they were. Are we doing enough? Probably not. But undoubtedly there is much more help and awareness available. It's needed a culture shift amongst the military. Inevitably, military people, soldiers in particular, are pretty macho and feel they can hack this and they can sort things out on their own. But we're all different with our makeup, our physical makeup and our mental makeup. And for some people, the experiences, the sights, the sounds and the smells that they've been through stick with them and can really affect their mental health. We talk about it much more, there's much more help available. So hopefully the sort of statistics that I was just talking about won't be replicated in the future, but it remains a problem, both in the civilian world and in the military world.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you very briefly, I don't know if you've come across the Head Up charity, perhaps not, but it's one of the people behind that is Paul Minter, who was a Blues and Royal. And we had him on the show a few weeks ago talking about the number of colleagues and former colleagues who've taken their own lives that he's aware of. And he's currently running the coastline of the UK and Northern Ireland to raise money for building a retreat for veterans and serving soldiers to try and get in the right headspace when they're struggling. It's impressive, isn't it, when people like Paul Minter and others come out of the army, but take on this initiative to help their colleagues and former colleagues?
Well, I really commend that. And a lot of people over the years have done extraordinary things to raise money, to raise awareness. I mean, if you think back, the charity Help for Heroes didn't exist until we founded it on the 1st of October 2007. And it's helped a tremendous number of soldiers, particularly who have suffered in Iraq and Afghanistan, but also going back to help those from the Falklands. And it's an interesting or a sad fact that sometimes it's many, many years after events that people start to suffer in a mental health way. Combat Stress, which is the leading military charity working in the mental health area, say on average it's between 12 and 13 years after someone leaves the service before they actually ask for help. Well, if 12 or 13 years is the average, that means 25, 30 years sometimes for some people before they put their hands up to ask for help. But, if people are suffering, or anyone watching this program is suffering and haven't said anything or haven't asked for help, then please put your hand up. There's no shame in putting your hand up, because all illnesses, whether they're physical or mental, need to be treated, need to be acknowledged and need to be treated. So, yeah, well done. That man running the length of the country, or wherever you said he was going, but heads up, that's fantastic. But we all can do our bit. It's important that we talk about these things. And
it's very important that somebody like you should say that too.
Yes.
It really is.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. 40 years
you.
on after the beginning of the Falklands War. My goodness.
Yeah, we really shouldn't underestimate the power to those veterans and serving men and women in our armed forces, to hear General Lord Richard Dannett say that is really important.
It's okay to put your hand up and say, I need help. Have you checked up on
I've just said Paul Minter is currently in Port Gower on the west coast of Scotland.
Wow.
So he's done a lot of miles already. He's heading down to Inverness that way. Incredible, man.
Yeah.
30 miles a day or so he's running.
We'll try and catch up with him at some point.
Yes, we must. We must. I'll tell you who we'll catch up with right now, though. Esther McVeigh.
Hello.
Who's going to be here at 10 o'clock this morning, along with Philip.
Yes.
What have you got for us today?
Well, I've got, as COVID cases rise, people are saying, what does that mean? What's that mean to us? Are we back to normal? Are we living with COVID? We've got Professor Carl Hennigan on to explain and put it all into context. And you know, we do the feature, If I Rule the World, what would you do if you rule the world? Well, we've got Adam Ricketts on. You'll know him from Coronation Street, from Hollyoaks. He's going to be on. Also, does a lot with the RSPCA and mental health charities. So it'd be good to see what he would do if he ruled
It's a difficult question to answer.
It is a difficult question. You've got to think of all the things
there's
that
too many things.
There is, but you've got to hone that down to just one. And so we were speaking to him, and then obviously, you know, that Will Smith situation in the Oscars. Well, we've got the Grammys tomorrow night. What will happen there? What are they going to do to compete, as it were? People are now saying, have the Oscars become relevant once again after that fracas? But more importantly, and a little bit later on, we've got one of the country's leading hair loss specialists, Lucinda Ellery, talking about alopecia. She lost all her hair herself, but she works with people, sort of the emotions attached to that. And also now with the rise in mental health cases, what people are doing, because again, some people, you've heard of anorexia, bulimia, some people pull out the hair, trichotillomania, so she'll be talking about that.
Trichotillomania?
Trichotillomania, and that's pulling out your hair. And people, you know, literally, you know, are doing that as a form of soothing, and with mental health on the rise, what people are doing. So we've got an array of subjects. That's just 3 of them. And again, we'll be talking about the Falklands War, and we've got Lord West on talking about that. I was listening to you there with Lord Dannett. So packed show.
It is packed, isn't it? A whole host of stuff going on.
Isn't it amazing? You're talking about that. We have just been through a pandemic, but actually, maybe we were already in one, and it's a mental health one. And we haven't come to grips with that at all. We coped, and I think probably in many ways, very, very well with the virus pandemic. But maybe we've already been in a pandemic we didn't sort of fully recognise.
And we knew there was mental health
everybody
issues
said
on the
didn't
rise,
they?
and now it has absolutely gone, you know, off the Richter scale, as it were. And I know there's a big feature in the Times magazine today, and this is young girls suffering with sort of mental health, the anxieties, social media, pressures of life. You might have thought that it's the age of woke and everything's never been easier, but actually on the mind, things have never been tougher, so it would seem.
OK. Esther, thank you. We'll see you both at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, spring. Spring is on hold this year because the UK has just experienced the coldest March temperatures on record.
It was lovely some days.
I was going to say, while I was away, oh dear, though, look at that. We're looking at pictures. If you're listening on the radio, we're looking at pictures of snow. Snow all over the country.
Well, temperatures actually fell well below freezing overnight. Snow showers have swept across the country, particularly in northern and eastern parts, but also in central and eastern England. Let's talk to Jim Dale, senior meteorologist at the British Weather Service. It's really good to see you, Jim. Look, I mean, what struck me was a couple of days ago where it was a beautiful but cold where I lived. I popped into the chemist. By the time I came out, I was in a blizzard. Couldn't work out what was going on.
That's called showers, Stephen. They happen from time to time. I've done the same this morning. I walked out. It's lovely blue sky here in Iwick.
Jim.
Bracing, you could say. But it's absolutely gorgeous. But you're right. It is chilly. It'll be chilly again tonight. The frosts are out there. And this isn't that unusual at this time of year, this diurnal switch in temperatures where you get the very cold mornings and relatively, and I say relatively milder afternoons. So I think we forget it very easily. And we've also been undone slightly by the very nice weather that we had in March time, the last sort of 8 to 9 days where we were seeing temperatures around 2021. That kind of put us in a false position. That's unusual. You normally get that somewhere in April at some point, but this time around we got spoiled. So this is the other side of the equation.
Why is it, Jim, And I don't want to seem like I'm having a go, but we've talked to a few weather people over the last couple of months, haven't we? And when everyone else in the real world is going, this is weird. I had so many people speak to my mother. I have loads of people saying, what's going on? It's lovely, then it's snowing, then it's lovely, then it's snowing. When you just go, oh, that's just a shower, Stephen. That's not fair to everyone watching. That's not fair to everyone at home who's going,
well,
this is
understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm meteorologists. We have our fingers on the pulse. We have to. So we're aware of the sort of situations in terms of what's coming and what isn't coming. I think most lay people perhaps are not. Maybe they rely on their little phones to tell them what's happening, and sometimes they go wrong, very much so. So when you walk out of that chemist and it's suddenly pouring down after a blue sky, it shocks you. It's a bit of a shock to the system to go from 20 degrees to sort of, as we might see tonight in certain places, -5, -6. It is a shock to the system. But us meteorologists, I'd like to say, do have our fingers on the pulse, and maybe it doesn't come as such a surprise to ourselves as it may be to people who are out there walking the streets and being taken by surprise.
Learning about it. Jim, we'll leave it there. Thanks very much indeed. We Brits could talk about the weather, but meanwhile, I blame the Kremlin.
Oh, why not?
I think so. When something's up with the weather, it's usually, dark forces at work.
Yes, I'd love to know if you think, am I being too harsh with Jim Dale there?
No, you're right. Look, the weather's weird.
It was a blizzard when I came out, and then 10 minutes later, it had gone again. I mean, the car was covered in snow, then not, then covered in snow again, then not.
Absolutely. Look, it's weird at the moment.
Anyway, no, it's normal.
One of my sons has a birthday on March 17th, and we have had different days, though. Some of his birthdays, we've been able to celebrate outside and have a children's party out in glorious, glorious sunshine. Other days it has been snowing, so maybe March is a particularly difficult month.
Yeah, maybe.
On the other hand, I still think it's the Kremlin.
Well, why not? Why not? Look, let's have a look at... We've got all the sport and all the showbiz for you this morning with Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tetchy.
Yeah, so what are we starting with?
Oh, so a bit of Qatar, what we can expect in Qatar.
World Cup draw yesterday. So we know, from an England point of view anyway, who we're going to be playing. So it's Iran, USA, or the fourth place could be taken by either Scotland, Wales or the Ukraine. So that's the playoff scenario that we've got.
I was going to say, look at the back pages, and it's apparently Gareth Southgate's dream.
Well, I think...
Is it?
Well, I'd say so. I mean, look, we don't know who's going to be in it. We know three of the teams, including ourselves, but I mean, it could be Scotland, Wales or Ukraine. I'm not sure Ukraine are going to be able to play that playoff in June because 18 of their 24 players in their squad are home base. Some of them, I believe, are actually on the front line fighting in the war as well. So, yes, all right, it's 2 months down the line, so things could change, but you've got to allow them to have warm-up games as well. You can't expect them to play against Scotland, having had no practice for months and months. And then even if they beat Scotland, they've then got to play Wales in the final for the right to play in the World Cup. So a lot of things to be settled just, in the next couple of months. So it's not preordained who we're going to play as it would be in previous tournaments. But, yeah, there are some difficult groups out there. But I think if you were going to choose 3 teams to be in a group with, there are tougher groups there. Yep. But it's the World Cup. You never know what might happen. I remember 1990, Argentina going to Italy, playing in the first game against Cameroon and being turned over 1-0.
Wow.
And, so things like that can happen.
Yeah.
Iran were dominant in their group. USA got some decent sides. Gareth Southgate will know all this. But he's got a great side. It's a brilliant chance.
There's 32 groups, right?
32 teams.
Is that going to affect the quality?
Well, I think it does. Yeah, I think it dilutes it.
It used to be about 24.
Yeah, it used to be 24 teams back in. So Italia 90, Gaza and all that.
They're laughing at us.
I know.
Because we don't know what you're talking about.
I'm imagining a shot, if there is one, Mr. Director, please. Mrs. Director? Mister, it's Mister. A nice big wide shot of all of us, and the football talk is going. Woo!
It's like the Wembley. It's like the Wembley Arch.
Hello.
Right over our heads.
It is right over our heads.
But no, you're right. 32 teams does dilute it slightly. It means you get weaker nations in there. Probably 20 or 30 years ago wouldn't have qualified for the World Cup. It's good that they're there, but it is a sporting competition. I like a bit of combat. I like there to be, an even playing field. And sometimes, don't get me wrong, the top teams still get to the latter stages, so you still do see quality football. But, yeah, in answer to your question, it does dilute it slightly.
Well, a lot of people... Shut up, Stephanie. I can't talk about any more football just at the moment, because although a lot of people will be watching it, There's one person in particular who's enjoying watching Strictly.
Yes.
Or was enjoying watching Strictly.
So Strictly has... Can I sit next to Anne tomorrow?
Oh!
So Strictly has a royal fan, and it is the Queen herself, Her Majesty. So this week, the Duchess of Cornwall and Prince Charles, they visited Elstree Studios, Walford, because they had just finished their special Jubilee episode for the Queen's Jubilee. And Rose Ayling-Ellis, who won Strictly last year, was speaking to the Duchess of Cornwall, and she was like, "Are you guys a big fan?" And she was like, "Yeah, we voted for you guys, and we watch Strictly all the time."
Yeah, and the Queen apparently does. The Queen is a big fan of Strictly.
What?
And that comes from the Duchess of Cornwall.
So that's quite interesting. You know what, Strictly is one of my favourite shows when it's on, so I can imagine why the Queen must just be watching it week after week.
I wonder if one is tapping one's foot with a gin.
I wonder if one votes, because she's not allowed to vote in anything else.
No. Do we know if the Queen's a good dancer?
For Strictly.
Do we know, has anyone ever seen the Queen dance?
Yes. Yeah, and there's a very famous episode of The Crown where she dances with the Kenyan Prime Minister, the Kenyan
President from Ghana, actually.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. People of her generation particularly were into dancing, very much into ballroom dancing. And yes, it would have been, yes, she can definitely dance. And so maybe she enjoys watching it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, I think
she does.
So the original, it was just called Come Dancing, wasn't it, back in the 70s and 80s? Yeah, and it became Strictly, and they revamped that show and made it popular for a new generation. It was a hell of a success story.
Definitely.
It really is.
And it is quite addictive viewing each week and seeing, like, all these kind of people who don't know how to dance, learning how to dance. So Strictly is quite quick. Charming.
It is.
Saturday fixtures.
Yeah, I've noticed actually after an international break, you don't get a very exciting fixture list. I think that's because they don't want a situation where Man City and Liverpool players or Man United players are going to World Cup matches all over the world, coming back and having to face a high-stakes fixture. So the fixture list isn't that great. So Liverpool playing Watford, Manchester City playing Burnley. Obviously, Liverpool City are vying for the title at the top, but they're both playing teams in the bottom three today. So that should be a formality. Everything leads, though, towards next Sunday, Liverpool versus Manchester City, the biggest game of the season, probably the biggest game in Europe, actually, over the last sort of year or so. And that is being billed as a shootout for the title. Not always that simple. I mean, they could both drop points today, but City are a point ahead. Liverpool, if they win at Manchester City, will overtake them. They have a slightly better goal difference as well, but it all leads to there. And we're, of course, in Manchester Monday to Thursday doing the breakfast show next week, so I'll be all over that like a cheap suit.
In your
Aidan.
And talking about in your element, there are people who are devoted to a soap opera called Holby City.
Yes,
and it's making headlines because it's been axed, but controversially.
Yeah, it ended this week on Tuesday, and I think a lot of fans since last June have been wondering, why is BBC pulling the plug on Holby City? It's been on our screens for almost 23 years, 23 seasons, lots of amazing storylines during that time. Last June, the BBC announced that they were pulling it because they wanted to create room for more programmes that better serve the country. So while, you know, as viewers, we're missing that, but there's actually actors on the show who are now planning to sue the BBC because they've said that they were given no warning that the show was going to come to an end, or it was going to be axed, and obviously it's affected their livelihoods as well.
But yeah, it's quite interesting that actors should feel this strongly like that, because they say that they turned down lots of other work because they wanted to be part of a soap opera that was going to have a long life.
Definitely.
And given that it's got good viewing figures, they couldn't see any reason why it wouldn't have.
It was a spin-off from Casualty back in the day,
was.
But they still ran concurrently, didn't they?
Yeah. And they're still running Casualty, but they took the decision to axe Holby City.
And it's quite weird because Holby City was actually drawing a lot of viewing figures, the same as EastEnders as well. So why the BBC have done this, it makes no sense.
Yeah, normally they would do it if they're tailing off. But we saw Neighbours actually the other week.
But
they're all going.
Oh, without doubt,
Neighbours. But Holby City, it's just, I mean, will they get anywhere suing the BBC? I wouldn't have thought so.
I think, well, you know what, it will highlight how the BBC are treating actors. Regardless of what happens, it's still going to make an example of them. And I'm sure if these actors as well, what pours more salt into the wound is that the BBC emailed them on the last day and said, well, now you can have a well-deserved break. You don't say that to people who
have just been put out of work.
So
that's really
bad. Sounds like P&O, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it?
probably isn't BBC. Don't start suing.
No.
Very patronising, though, isn't it?
No, it is.
Well,
Yeah, I'm sacking you. And by the way, that's a very well-earned break.
Well, Simon Mayo was on
Sorry.
Twitter yesterday, so he left the BBC, and they said before he got from his desk to the door, this parcel
His card was already inactive, yeah.
Good job there wasn't a fire.
Yeah.
The BBC aren't good at saying goodbyes. I used to work there, so it's a bit, it's like a
No,
bit
they're
of
not. I used to work there too.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
Oof.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, smarten up your at BBC when you're getting rid of a much-loved show with much-loved actors in it.
This is the thing. Look, let us know what you think about that and everything else, because we'll go through a lot of your views tomorrow morning, because we'll be back from 6 o'clock. But that is it from us. Esther and Philip are up next with the Saturday selection.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update from the Met Office. Remember, last Saturday it was all about the sunshine and high temperatures. Today, well, a very different feel, a much colder feel, but still, most places will be dry and bright with some sunshine thanks to high pressure. It's not a big high pressure, though, sitting right across us. We do have this weather front that's been bringing some wet weather overnight across Wales and southwest England, still providing some showers here and some sleet and snow falling through the morning. These showers over eastern England are also a mixture of rain, sleet and snow, and it could be icy here through the morning as well. Generally elsewhere, a lot of fine, dry weather, and although we'll see one or two more showers developing, South Wales, southwest England, overall turning a little drier by the afternoon. Fine day for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it is chilly. Temperatures still for most single figures. However, that bitter wind that's been blowing for the past couple of days is an awful lot lighter today. Through the evening and overnight, well, still a few showers around across northern and eastern parts of England during the evening, but they do tend to fade away. Temperatures will drop away sharply. If you're heading out tonight, just be prepared for that. It's going to turn frosty pretty quickly, and a fairly hard frost by Sunday morning. Towns and cities down to freezing or a touch below, certainly rural areas well below on Sunday morning. So a cold, frosty start again on Sunday. Plenty of sunshine though, and once the sun gets up, that frost will melt away fairly sharply. Maybe one or two isolated showers. Certainly later in the day, tomorrow we're going to see cloud increasing for Northern Ireland, some rain pushing in here in the afternoon and into northwest Scotland. But for the vast majority, tomorrow's a dry and a bright day. Still on the cold sides, eventually just about creeping up to double figures in a few places. But we are going to see things turning milder. The cold air in place this weekend, but a weather front pushing into the northwest will bring some rain, but also milder conditions by the time we get to Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Europe is in the grip of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since World War II.
The people of Ukraine are facing unimaginable suffering
as their homes are destroyed and their loved ones are killed.
Millions of people are being forced to flee for their lives, carrying only their children, their pets, and the clothes on their back.
The pain, loss and destruction grows by the day.
The people of Ukraine urgently need our help.
Already a vast humanitarian operation is underway. Britain's Disasters Emergency Committee, or DEC, brings together 15 leading aid charities to respond to overseas disasters quickly and efficiently. These charities include the British Red Cross, CARE, Oxfam, Save the Children and World Vision.
Their teams are working on the ground in Ukraine and neighbouring countries to bring vital aid to those who need it most. If you can spare it, your gift to the DEC's humanitarian appeal will go a really long way.
£10 provides essential hygiene supplies for a person for a month.
£50 provides blankets for 4 families.
£100 provides emergency food for 2 families per month.
It's easy to give. You can donate online at dec.org.uk or call the 24-hour donation line on 0370 60 60 900. If you prefer to send a cheque, please post it to the Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, PO Box 999, London, EC 3A 3AA. To give £10 on your mobile, simply text the word crisis to 70150. Standard network charges apply for calls and you must be 16 or over. Texts are charged at the standard network rate and your £10 donation will be added to your bill.
100% of your donation goes directly to the DEC to save lives and deliver critical support where it's needed.